네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 2시부터 저희 뉴스페이스 코리아 컨퍼런스 2020
We will begin the NewSpace Korea Uplift conference at 2. Those of you who have received your name cards may enter the conference hall. We will begin NewSpace Korea Uplift conference at 2. Participants are kindly asked to enter the Chaos Hall. And for the smooth proceedings of the conference, we kindly ask you to turn your cell phones off or to switch it to silent mode. And I'm sure that you know about the quarantine measures. We ask you to wear your face mask and although it may be inconvenient, we ask you to wear your face mask at all times and to take a seat where it is indicated that you can sit. And during the conference, if you feel uncomfortable or if you are experiencing any symptoms, we will please notify our staff and we will take appropriate measures. And during the conference, if you have a fever, please let the organizers know. During the breaks and networking time, we kindly ask you to refrain from taking your masks off. Last year, Donga Science and the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Information Technology held the first Korea Space Conference, and it was the very first space development industry forum held in Asia. And now we would like to utilize the NewSpace conference in order to remind the Korean companies and experts about how the space era is coming forward. And this year, we are holding this conference under the title How to Design the Approaching Space Era. And the NewSpace Korea Conference brings together space industry companies in Korea and startups. And we have prepared this conference called NewSpace Korea Uplift to have exchanges of new technologies and the new approaches in industry, and also to encourage investment into this area. And we will be holding the first day of this conference under the theme How the Space Industry Will Change Its Horizon Amidst This Crisis. And that is the theme of the first day. After 6 today, we will have a networking dinner, and then until 9 p.m., we will be having a session that will be quite meaningful in identifying space industry startups. And that part of today's event will be co-hosted with Starburst. And tomorrow we will have the second day of the conference under the theme Space anyone can challenge, and it will lead to innovation and applications. So we ask you to participate in the dinner and in the networking opportunities provided throughout the conference. And another announcement, throughout this conference, we have many participants, and also we have many speakers, and we would like to encourage interaction with the participants and online participants. And to do so, we will be using an application called Slido. And you might have seen this application being used in similar conferences, and it will be even more meaningful for us if you can actively participate in using Slido. So as you can see on the screen, please write down www.slido.com, and you can enter the event code number, which is NSK 2020. Once again, the event code number is NSK 2020, and you can immediately start using Slido. So we ask you to log on now and during the presentations or throughout the session, if you have any questions or comments, you can upload it. And during the presentations, if you have any questions, it will be put in to Slido, put it onto Slido, and it will lead to active interaction. Throughout the conference, we are providing simultaneous interpretation in Korean and in English. So starting from the presentations, you will receive simultaneous interpretation service, and you may ask your questions in Korean or in English. So, as I have announced, we will be providing simultaneous interpretation. Channel 1 is for Korean and Channel 2 is for English. I see that some of you are utilizing the interpretation receivers. Once again, Channel 1 is for Korean and Channel 2 is for English. I think most of the participants will be utilizing Korean language, so we ask you to set the channel at 1 for Korean and Channel 2 for English. If you have any trouble in using the interpretation receivers, please let us know, and our staff will fix the receivers for you or change the setting. We will begin shortly.
네, 참석하
Participants, thank you for attending the NewSpace Korea Uplift conference. We will be hosting this conference under the theme How to Design the Approaching Space Era, and it is co-organized by Donga Science and Starburst. Hello everyone, I am Chu Yeon-jo. I will be moderating today's session. When I come to this area, Hannam and Itaewon, I can enjoy the beautiful scenery of Namsan, and it is fall, so we see the beautiful fall foliage of the Namsan mountain, and I therefore enjoy coming to this area. I'm sure that you enjoyed the journey to this area, and I hope that this conference will be enjoyable for all of you.
올 1월쯤이었
I think it was in January that COVID-19 started, which was unexpected and unprecedented. Due to COVID-19, we are experiencing a lot of inconveniences. We need to sit apart from one another. We cannot meet one another frequently, and this has led to many changes in our industry and in our businesses. Although there are many restrictions, still we are able to hold this conference, and I think it gives us an opportunity to enjoy one another's company and also fall. So today's conference, which is NewSpace Korea Uplift, we will have speakers joining in online from abroad, and we will also have presenters who will be here in person. We have prepared lectures, presentations, and discussion sessions. The participants here and those who are participating via online may write down their comments and also questions. After 6:30, we will have a networking dinner after 6, and we ask you to participate in the networking dinner. And with Starburst, we will be identifying new startups in the space industry. And tomorrow, we have sessions both in the morning and in the afternoon. And we will have experts from both home and abroad participating online and offline. And starting from 6:30 tomorrow on the first floor of Blue Square, we will have a networking dinner with experts in various industries and sectors. On the third floor of Blue Square, we have an area in which you can have meetings with the experts participating, and we have staff at the lounge. And so if you would like to have a meeting with a certain participants, please let our staff know and we will arrange the meeting. This time we are not providing booklets, and instead we have our program on our website. We ask you to download the program from our website to care for the environment. So we will now begin the NewSpace Korea Uplift conference on how to design the approaching space era. For the opening, we will be hearing from Donga Science CEO Jang Kyung-ae and François Chopard from Starburst, and Nara Space Technology CEO Jae-pil Park. And the three CEOs and heads of the organizations will be providing their opening remarks. Unfortunately, François Chopard, CEO of Starburst Aerospace, could not come in person, so we will be hearing the opening remarks through a video.
Good morning, everyone. François Chopard, CEO and founder of Starburst. Really happy to welcome you to the first ever international new space conference in Korea. Starburst is really excited to partner with Donga Science on that Uplift conference. I want to thank again the Donga team for their really hard work. They've been so involved and so committed. I'm sure these 2 days are going to be incredible and very insightful. I was really hoping to come and be with you. Unfortunately, visas are still complicated, and so I had to stay in Paris. But I'm going to really think of you for these 2 days. As you know, space and new space has been a key area of investment for Starburst. We have invested in numerous startups, mostly in the US yet, and some have been very successful. Nevertheless, we are excited to develop and come to Korea to build on that amazing ecosystem between great corporates, strong governments, and amazing talent. We think that Korea is well positioned in the race for space. There's so many opportunities in the years to come, and it's just the beginning. So hold on. Again, we'll do everything we can to support that aviation, aerospace, and defense ecosystem. And the team that we have put together in Seoul is an amazing team. So again, welcome to that Uplift conference. I hope you're going to enjoy the different talks, and very excited to be with you even from a far distance. Have a good conference.
네, 좋은 말씀.
Thank you for your remarks, and thank you for the remarks that were provided via video. Next, we will be hearing from CEO Kyung-ae Jang and CEO Jae-pil Park. Please give them a big hand.
네, 두 분 같이 모시고 이렇게
So we will bring both of them on the podium, on the stage.
As I introduced, I'm Kyung-ae Jang, the CEO of Donga Science. Welcome to NewSpace Korea Uplift. Ever since COVID-19 pandemic started, I find myself asking someone about their health first whenever I meet them. I hope everyone is well. I would like to give a warm thank you to all of you for participating in NewSpace Korea Uplift, the first conference on new space held in Korea. Special thanks go to our overseas speakers for being involved in the forum despite the difficult conditions. I would also like to give my special thanks to our speakers, especially Yuya Nakamura, CEO of Access Space, and Takeshi Hakamada, CEO of iSpace, for participating for 2 years running. I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to SETRAC Initiative, Korea Institute of Science and Technology, the National Academy of Engineering of Korea, and many companies and organizations for sponsoring NewSpace Korea Uplift. I would also like to express my deep appreciation to Starburst Aerospace and Space Mafia for helping to make this conference possible. As you already know, space development is not just about launching rockets and satellites or exploring the moon, the planets, and asteroids. SpaceX, the leading company, is currently working on the Starlink project, which aims to provide internet services across the globe through constellation of satellites. The day where ordinary people can experience zero gravity while traveling to space is growing ever nearer. Agricultural, traffic, and economic data obtained from small satellites is creating a wider range of business opportunities compared with more traditional methods of monitoring the global environment with large satellites. The military and civilian sectors are working together to create space development model, and numerous startups are using their cutting-edge technology to jump into the blue ocean of space industries. It is estimated that about 6,000 satellites, 3 times the number currently in orbit, will be developed over the next 10 years. The size of the world's space industry, excluding government budget, has almost doubled in the past 10 years to $277 billion in 2018. The number of countries that own satellites also increased from a few leading nations to 73 nations in 2018. Without a doubt, the space industry is in full swing. NewSpace Korea Uplift has invited people to share what's going on in the global space industry today, such as space internet, military-civilian cooperation on space development, space startups creating new markets, and changes in the space industry during COVID-19. We are confident that government, business people, investors, and researchers will agree with the values of NewSpace and find reason to be excited about the future of NewSpace era through NewSpace Korea Uplift. The world envisioned by all who participate in this forum is our future. I believe what imagined now will become reality with time. I wish to warmly welcome all of you once again. May you have a wonderful time here at this conference. Thank you so much. 감사합니다.
Hello, everyone. I am from Space Mafia. I am Jae-pil Park. As a space industry startup, I am participating, and thank you for inviting me. I was told that I should provide very brief remarks, and so I did not prepare an opening remark. And so to briefly give you a couple of words, Space Mafia started our business, and we decided to create an ecosystem for space industry like PayPal in the United States, and that is why we created our name, Space Mafia. And many people were interested in our company because of this. Until a year ago, when we talked about Korea and space industry and startups, these 3 words could not be used in combination. Many thought that space industry would not be possible in Korea, and it's not even easy for startups to survive in Korea. How would a space industry startup survive in Korea? Those were some of the questions asked. But starting from last year, many investors became interested through conferences such as the one we are holding today. And now many people have come to understand that space industry startups can survive and flourish in Korea, and many talents are joining in. So we see a lot of space industry startups receiving VC investment, and there is additional fundraising in Korea. So it seems that there is now a creation of an ecosystem in the space industry, and it is possible for these startups to come into contact with consumers, investors, and other peers. So I believe that such events like the NewSpace Korea Uplift is like a launch pad for us. It's important in space industry to have a launch window. And if you don't have a launch window, even if the mission is great, you cannot go into space. And so even if there is a great space startup, we have to have events and conferences like this so that we can let the world and international market know about our activities. It's very important to have such exchanges. And so I feel that the NewSpace Korea Uplift event is truly significant, and it is a great honor to be invited in this event. And I hope that we can use this as a catalyst to have more business with many. Thank you for your great words. And CEO Chip Park said he did not prepare any separate remarks, but it seems that he spoke eloquently. Thank you very much. Then we will now go on to the main part of our conference. So the first presentation is Future of Commercial Space Servicing. And the presentation will be provided by Mikhail Kokorich, founder and CEO of Momentus. And so this will be our very first keynote speech to briefly introduce the speaker. He was born in 1976 at Siberia, and he started his business in providing explosives for a Siberian mining company.
공급 업체로 또 가장
And then she also did a retail chain, which rose in terms of sales more than $1 billion. So he's a cute businessman. And from 2017, he established Momentus, a space transportation company, and he's currently founder and CEO of the company. Momentus has a Beagle ride, orbit shuttle that helps the propellant to go to the exact right orbit. And this company is expected to be listed on NASDAQ in 2021.
Mikhail Kokorich, thank you once again for attending our conference and sparing your time to deliver the presentation. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes, and I think we can hear
Pleasure
you
to meet
well.
you.
Thank you very much. If you are ready, we are all ready here to hear your keynote speech. So please share your screen with us and please begin.
Thank you. It's a big pleasure to participate in the conference. And I hope you see my screen. We are living in a very interesting time that we need to participate in such a exciting events through Zoom. But I still hope we will have a chance to share our vision and what we are doing, and you will see our view for the future of a space transportation space industry. So yes, my name is Mikhail Kokorich. I'm the founder and CEO of Momentus. And actually, ever since I was a child, I always had a space dream. In an interview with a local newspaper back in 1993, when I was 16 years old, and it was a small Mongolian village in Siberia near the Chinese border, I said, I want to study advanced propulsion technologies. I dream about the future where I can be the part of space exploration and even fly to Mars. At university, I studied to be plasma physicist, but finally I became entrepreneur. I built multiple companies. Until 10 years ago, I started to build space companies. Before Momentus, I started two companies. One was in Russia, was first private aerospace company in Russia. We built and launched more than 10 satellites. But finally, yes, I moved 6 years ago to the United States, and I started Momentus in 2017 in Santa Clara, California. We see us as a first mover in providing space transportation and infrastructure services. powered by 21st century steam revolution. Because our vehicles and our engines is powered by water plasma propulsion technology. I will show later a clip and you will see one of our future vehicles that providing last mile delivery in space that will be flying later this year and several times next year with multiple customers. We have a rapid progress. We have a successful demo flight last year, and our first flight with customers will be later this year with SpaceX. We're excited to tell you about the company, our products, technology, and how we see our future. So first of all, we are a vision and mission-driven company. We believe that finally future of humanity is laying in space exploration. And this is a very important, not only for our economy and for like a very specific countries, it's important for entire human race because finally we're moving to space. And we see our mission as a company provide infrastructure services that support all users. So now space economy is pretty small. It's just $400 billion. It's less than 0.3% of world economy. Just for comparison, for example, telecommunication industry, it's $1.5 billion. And in this presentation, I would like to discuss what can be the next big gold rush in space. What type of the new applications can actually grow the space industry to become a $1 trillion industry, to become a big industry. And now we have a pretty situation because if you see just on a physical numbers, the numbers of what we see in space. So just 10 years ago, it was launched 70 satellites. Last year, it was launched already almost 500,000 satellites. And now, in November, up to now, it was launched more than 1,000 satellites. You barely can find an industry where for 10 years, the physical number actually increased more than 10 times. But also it's changed the composition of satellites, it changed composition of rockets. So we see now the larger, partially reusable rockets like Falcon 9. And we are approaching to new world when the number of satellites annual launch will be maybe tens of thousands. But the landscape of the launch business will be by huge, giant, reusable rockets like Starship and New Glenn. And why is disruption is happening? I think like finally one of the main driver of the disruption is a launch cost. So 10 years ago, even the cheap Soyuz rocket was almost $10,000 per kilogram. I'm not talking about the cost of the more expensive rockets like Delta or even Space Shuttle, which can be like $100,000 per kilogram. And now we see that Falcon 9 dropped this price to less than $4,000 per kilogram if you buy the entire rocket. And if you're flying with a small satellites, you can book it for $5,000 per kilogram. So New Glenn and then Starship can brought this price down to a couple hundred, maybe even less dollars per kilogram. And it definitely will open the huge amount of applications that was impossible with the current price of the launch. In general, if you look on the sizes of the rocket, and on the right, we have a chart that shows how rocket capacity influence to the price per kilogram. And you see actually it's logarithmic scale. So larger the rocket, the cheaper is like transportation. And actually for huge rockets, the cost of the delivery to space is 10 to 100 times larger, less than for smaller rockets. So, and this is a kind of general trend we see, the rockets becoming larger, satellites becoming smaller, and rockets becoming cheaper, and satellite hardware becoming cheaper. We see that now in a low Earth orbit, we have this like a boom, it's a rapid short-term growth. The number of satellites is increasing dramatically. It's actually interesting, but next year, almost on every hour mission, we are flying more satellites in our figure-eight vehicle than it was launched by entire industry like 3 years ago. And it's quite amazing, I mean, to see how this physical number of the satellites is growing. So small sat mass to LEO is growing and will be like 100,000 kilograms pretty soon. Number of satellites is growing. And this is a create all this like fertile soil for many, many different applications that can cover many uses. And also it's create for us and needs the demand of this service. Also, like beyond LEO market, we see that also the market is growing, space transportation market is growing. And now we see the major growth in the lowest orbit, but as soon as we will have the cheaper way to fly to MEO, to geosynchronous orbit or beyond geosynchronous orbit, this market will also continue to grow. And especially because new generation of the satellites will be able actually to operate not only on a LEO, but actually on a further, like on a more remote orbits. And what is with the Momentus? So what we are doing with the Momentus? So we see us as an infrastructure company, and we are starting with in-space transportation, with basic last mile delivery. And the main reason for this type of the services and main justification is it's just what I just recently told. The satellites becoming smaller and the rockets becoming larger, and you will not be able to use these big reusable rockets without last mile delivery. It's basically like an aviation. You need to have hub and spoke model, you have connecting flights. And we basically gonna provide this last mile delivery so the people can use the big reusable rockets. And also what we see the next trends, what will be happening, the hardware finally becoming service. And we see this in many, many industries. Like 10 years ago, people was buying computers in order to build data centers. Now just people get a subscription for AWS or for Microsoft. And the same will happen with satellites. So now the majority of satellites, people actually buy from manufacturers, but eventually satellites will be just a platform that you can put your sensors, you could put your tools and basically buy it as a service. It will be standardized, it will be with maybe some redundant capabilities for many missions, but because it will be built as a standard modules, it will be definitely pretty cheap and efficient. And also what we see with our vehicles, that eventually we want to build our vehicles reusable, because initially it will be expandable. So finally, in-orbit servicing will be the next big market, providing deorbiting, life extension, refueling, and other stuff. And we also see the big future opportunities, like in the moonshot opportunities that will be enabled by first reduction of the launch cost, but also some improvement in the technologies and reduction of the cost of, for example, the power generation in space. For example, our next vehicle, like our first vehicle, Vigoride, have almost 2 kilowatts of power, but our next vehicle will have more than 20 kilowatts, and next vehicle will be many hundreds kilowatts, and it will require to have absolutely new technologies for power generation. And we think like with a bigger vehicle, we definitely probably even like consider moving out of photovoltaic to more like a classical solar thermal generation, using basically steam generators and turbines in space, because for larger power, it will be definitely cheaper than photovoltaic, and it's also radiation tolerant. So we started with a Vigoride vehicle, with our Vigoride vehicle, that basically capable to deliver few hundred kilograms almost anywhere in a low Earth orbit. So this is a pretty capable vehicle. Just with a couple hundred kilogram mass, it will have a lot of like a power and quite a lot of like capabilities in the Delta V. So we can basically, for example, on Sunsync orbit, we can change LTAN by a few hours. We can change altitude almost anywhere between 300 and a couple thousand kilometers. We can change even inclination in some degree. By 2022, 2023, we're gonna start flying Arderite, our larger vehicle that basically can lift up to 4 tons, 2 tons, anywhere like between GTO, LEO, GEO, or even lunar orbit. And then finally, Favorite, that will be built and designed to be complementary to big rockets like SpaceX Starship. And in the heart of our systems is like the microwave electric thermal engine that kind of electrical propulsion, but use basically the same principle like chemical engine. So because of the simplicity and because we don't have like electrodes like in a classical electrical propulsion, like in Hall thrusters or arc jets, we can use actually as a propellant almost anything, even water, because you cannot use water in a Hall effect thrusters because you basically will degrade your system in a few minutes. But our system is pretty simple. It's basically a small microwave oven size of the Coca-Cola can, where we heat our propellant up to very high temperature. It's actually hotter than the sun surface. And then we eject the superheated gas, it's almost like a low ionized plasma, through nozzle to create a thrust. Because of this like pretty simple and efficient design, we can use any propellant. So we can use water as a propellant, which make design of our very simple. We don't need to use high pressure. We don't need to have like a cryogenic propellant. We don't need to have any toxic substance like hydrazine. And we can have pretty high specific impulse, which kind of light between classical chemical propulsion, electrical propulsion, and we can make maneuvers very fast and efficient. So we tested and flew first our system last year.
작년에 저희가 시스템을 이제 첫 임무로 내보내면서 테스팅을 하였습니다. 아직까지는 이제 테스팅을 하고 있는 단계이고요. 이제 9개의 위성들을 대상으로 테스팅을 할 것입니다. 그리고 마침내 보면은요, 우주 쪽에서 이루어지는 일들을 보게 되면은 이제 대부분의 애플리케이션들은 예전과 비슷하다라는 것입니다. 데이터 전송하고요. 그 다음에 관측하고 센서를 통해서 데이터를 수집하게 됩니다. 날씨 관측하고요. 등과 같은 애플리케이션들이 사실 지난 50년간 그닥 바뀌지 않았다는 것입니다. 그러면은 다음 우주 산업의 애플리케이션은 무엇일까요? 다음에 어떤 1조 달러의 시장으로 만들어내기 위한 다음 애플리케이션은 무엇이 될지에 대해서 저희는 이 태양 파워라고 태양광이라고 생각합니다. 그러니까 예전까지만 하더라도 이것은 공상과학에서나 가능할 것이다라고 생각했습니다. 우주에서 태양광 에너지를 사용한다라는 것이 불가능할 것이다 생각이 되었지만
was dramatically reduced, and with the big rockets like a Starship New Glenn, it will be just a few $100 per kilogram. And because in space, the same solar panel can generate up to 10 times more than on Earth, it's pretty obvious because on space, you don't have night, you don't have Earth rotation, you don't have clouds, atmosphere, no dust. So the same panel, the same square meters of the panel can get 10 times more energy during 24 hours. And also it's microgravity, so you can build a very light, very, very efficient structures. So when price for the launch dropped to the level of the Starship, the cost of production of energy will be just a couple cents per kilowatt hour. It will be cheaper than Earth. The problem how to transmit this data to Earth, actually this is another disruption that we have. The actual main consumer of power now start to be data centers. So the fastest growing consumer of the power is like a data computation, and there are nothing simple than just transmit instead of watts, transmit the bytes. So we believe that finally solar power will start to be used to power data centers, so basically data crunching, and it's a huge potential opportunity with a multi-billion, multi-trillion-dollar market. And the beauty of, again, approach of using water is that water is actually one of the most common mineral in solar system. You have a water in the moon. Now it's like discovered in the moon craters, almost in any type of asteroids in the Mars. And water is very easy to mine. You can basically heat the minerals with either microwaves or concentrated sun and capture the water vapor with a cryogenic trap. So you can easily make this process of mining. So eventually, especially when you are on top of the gravity well, when you're on Lagrange point or low lunar orbit, you can use this water for further exploration of the solar system. And this is like a very like important feature of our system, that we can use water for future space exploration. we're pretty lucky that we have like a lot of customers. Even we are starting actually our flights this year and next year, but we have many companies from all over the world. We have European companies, we have companies from Asia, from Latin America. We have satellites from NASA, from Lockheed Martin, with whom we have like several deals, both for hosting their payload and flying satellites. And it's a pretty exciting. I would like to show you some video that basically show how our Vigoride system is working, and it's basically demonstrate all this like last mile delivery concept. Let me share the screen, another screen, and I'll show you. This is our Vigoride vehicle. So the probably as final remarks, I will say that the whole history of humanity is a story of struggle with space and time. The mastering new horizons, moving ever further, driven by a desire of better life or profit, out of fear of or sheer curiosity, people found even faster, easier, cheaper and safer way to conquer the space between here and there. So when, at the beginning of 19th century, Thomas Jefferson bought Louisiana from Napoleon, actually having doubled the territory of the United States at that time, he believed that it would take thousands of years for settlers to populate this space in the center of continents. But after just a few decades, discovery of the gold in California mobilized huge masses of people, created incentive for capital in demanding new technologies. As countless like wagons of newcomers come through the land and threads of railways stretch from coast to coast. And finally, what Jefferson will take more than 200 years was actually happened in a one human lifespan. And in recent years, we are all space industry is waiting and looking for what will be the next gold rush in space. We can talk endlessly about the importance of space for humanity and how technology developed. for different applications. But the main question, what will be gold rush? And I see we probably like it this gold rush, and we will see the new big application that actually will create this $1 trillion industry. Either it will be power or manufacturing space or space tourism or asteroid mining or something else. We don't know yet. But something will be pretty soon. And the main enabler of this is transportation, because this is what enabled the whole space industry. So I'm open for Q&A, for questions, and with a great pleasure, I'm ready to answer the questions about our vision for the future, about our company, about our technology, what we are doing.
드리겠습니다. Thank you very much for your great presentation. Yes, your keynote was about the commercialization of the space servicing, and I believe that it was a very novel take because we usually just hear about government-related projects, but thank you once again for enlightening us with that. 네, 잘 들어봤습니다. 그럼 이제부터 저희 슬라이도에 올라왔었던 질문들을 한번 드려보도록.
So now we will be asking some questions that we received via Slido.
And I would like to read a couple of them to you. 일단 한국어로 먼저 드리겠습니다. 우주 스타트업 모멘터스가 올해만 4천만 달러의 계약을 성사시켰다는 보도가 있었습니다. 비즈니스 파트너들과 계약 논의할 때 가장 강조하는 부분은 무엇인가요?
So I understand that you have a lot of contracts.
The aero startup Momentus has announced that they have sealed contracts just this year alone amounting to $40 million. That's what we have heard. So when you are talking or negotiating with some business partners, what is the point that you focus on the most?
So we definitely would like to deliver the value for our customers. And with our first service, with the last mile delivery that we are performing with our partners like SpaceX, it's definitely the deployment of the satellites in specific orbit and a specific time. And we believe that finally the main enabler for our clients, and majority of our clients, it's commercial companies, it's price. Because even when I was my previous company, we've been building our satellite constellation. It was extremely difficult to make a design of the satellite constellation so you can put your satellites in a specific orbital planes. Because with rideshare, it's impossible. You just, like flying where the big rocket is flying. And using the small rockets, it's possible, but it's very expensive. Even like rocket labs, it's $7 million per launch. It's very expensive. So we want to drop the price to deploy satellites on a specific orbit down to very low level, like several times cheaper than with dedicated rockets. And this is basically our main intention. So we would like to give flexibility and low price for our clients so they can, with a single SpaceX launch, for example, next year, in December of next year, we're flying with SpaceX with a multiple vigorites on the same flight. And SpaceX rocket flying to 9:30 a.m. LTAN, and our vigorites will be flying to, for example, 11:30 and 7:30. So with a single SpaceX launch, clients can be placed on 3 different LTANs and in any almost altitude for fixed price. That per kilogram is pretty cheap. It's much cheaper than with any dedicated rocket. So this is for us the most critical, how we can provide for customers flexibility, low price, and reliable service.
Thank you very much for that answer. Flexibility, low price, I think is probably one of the key factors for any industry. 네, 그럼 다음 질문으로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 모멘터스가 제공하는
Then we will go on to the next question. The last mile delivery service you did indicate in your presentation, but it is an unfamiliar concept. Could you give us some concrete explanation? And are there other startups that provide such services? And what is the future of such services?
service. Of course, you mentioned this in your presentation as well, but this is quite unfamiliar and it's a novel concept for a lot of us. So, can you give us a little bit more of an explanation in detail? And are there any startups at the moment that provide such services? And of course, how do you see the future forecast in this field as well?
You're absolutely right that it's, and the reason why it's new, just a few years ago, it was no demand for this. We only see probably last year and this year when the companies start to build a constellation with the small satellites, with the constellations that need to be placed on several multiple orbital planes. And basically, how our service is working is pretty simple. I see you. I hope you saw this video, and you can go on our website, and on the website you can see this video. So it's basically customers delivering their satellites to our facility, and we attach the satellites to our transfer vehicle, Vigoride. And our transfer vehicle, Vigoride, is capable to fly from the initial, like a point where SpaceX drop us to another orbit. And we basically attach this vehicle to ESPA port, to ESPA ring of Falcon 9 rocket. So when Falcon 9 rocket drop everybody on the same initial orbit, like 500 kilometers, 9 a.m. LTAN, then we can fly from this orbit several in other orbits, dropping the clients, dropping the satellites over this flight. So we basically, it's the same like in aviation, hub and spoke model, the same like with a hub. So in this case, rocket plays roles of the big, long range plane, and we like a hopper flies it, deliver customers to the final orbit. When we started this concept a few years ago, it was almost nobody was trying to build the same concept, but now we have several companies who is trying to build this concept in US, in Europe, and but the main differentiation of our approach that we actually redesigned our vehicles from the scratch. So because we build our vehicles based on a new technology, using like a micro-reflector thermal engine, using water as a propellant. For example, in our vehicles, we don't use reaction wheels or gyros. It allows us to build vehicle extremely cheap because it's basically the metal box with a CNC machine with a water tank, the magnetron, and small engine that will allow basically our vehicles to be very agile and flexible in space. So we believe that space needs to become very simple and cheap and kind of primitive. And when people try to ask me how I would explain our technology, I usually tell, hey, did you see this movie, Mad Max? So we try to build a Mad Max. We try to build very simple vehicles without any moving parts that can be built by almost, like in any machine shop. And can be very, very, very low cost and very cheap.
Thank you for that explanation. I believe it's very simple materials, but how to come up with that technology is your core idea. 네, 잘 들어봤습니다. 답변이 되셨길 바라겠습니다. 다음 질문은 한국에서도 우주 개발 분야.
Now, Korea is also trying to promote the space ecosystem. So for the new space to really take off, what would be required?
As well. There's a lot of activities and a push from the government as well, of course, from the commercial sector to revitalize and build the ecosystem for space and space industries. However, the overall speed is quite slow. So what do we have to do in order to accelerate this development?
I think this is a question for $1 billion. I mean, probably nobody knows answer, but what I actually noticed, like when you look on a map of the space startups, it's a kind of amazing because you see, for example, like any other startup industry, for example, software, almost all companies is finally focused in US or maybe China. But if you see the space startups, they're everywhere. Like companies, we have clients in Poland, we have clients in like Bulgaria, in Lithuania, in United Kingdom, in Singapore, in like almost everywhere. And this phenomenon is like a national pride money. So for example, in Poland, like the guy just made his money on a software and built a company at Revolution. And this company now making extremely like, bold and very, innovative projects. Or one of the largest producer of of nanosatellites in Europe, it's in Lithuania and Bulgaria. Do you know this Lithuanian and Bulgarian? Nobody could imagine that people building satellites there, but Nanoavionics, it's a big company building a lot of satellites. Or in Bulgaria, and Eurosat, building many satellites for many countries, even for Harvard University, for Kuwait, so it's I think like finally the private market is important. And I think the best what government can do, it can change the paradigm operating with the private business. Instead of telling what needs to be done, saying, hey, build this type of satellites, the government should empower businessmen and empower entrepreneurs and buying the service, say, hey, this is what we need. We need this observation, we need the communication, we need these services, and you should build the space systems. You need to decide. And basically it was the cornerstone why company like SpaceX is happened, because government, instead of telling what type of the rocket is building, they start to buy the service. And I think government should tell less to entrepreneurs and business how to do. They should basically tell what they need for different government applications, for meteorology, for agriculture, for national defense, for security, and promote private business to produce these type of the systems and launch the satellites and sell the service.
Thank you for that answer. 네, 정부에서 그리고 민간
Yes, I think there's a lot to do for the government as well as the private sector. Some interviews have said that the building the infrastructure in the space is something that many are interested in. So where do that going in the future?
that you will have a long-term investment to build the infrastructure in space for industrialization in space. So what do you think are needed? What elements are needed in order to build that infrastructure in space?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And basically the same type of infrastructure that we need on Earth. So we need transportation. We need power, we need communication, we need processing power. So finally, this is a piece of infrastructure. To deploy satellites or deliver cargo, you need somebody who can deliver this. In order to power your systems, satellites or future space manufacturing, you need power generation. In order to process the data and finally, you need like a data centers. You need data centers that start to process data for space assets, and then probably can process data for terrestrial users. And this is the overall like a space infrastructure. And finally, infrastructure should be more sustainable when it will be the space resources utilization, like the water or other volatiles as a propellant, and finally as a construction materials to build all these mega structures in space. This is a next big thing, and it will be definitely the next task for next generation to build a really sustainable space economy that eventually can be not dependent on Earth and just like be self-sustainable. And finally, solar system can sustain the human civilization that can be 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times larger than we have now. And it would be an awesome world. I mean, imagine like 100,000 Einsteins or like Mozarts, in this world. So I'm very optimistic about the future of humanity, and I think we should start with these small steps. Really build the infrastructure in space and help businesses to build new applications and services.
Thank you for that answer. I think that this might be our last question. 네, 마지막 질문인 것 같습니다. 상업적 우주 개발에 있어
About commercial space development, investors are hesitant because there's no quick win. So what would be the closest milestone?
Commercial development in space, a lot of the investors are hesitant because they cannot come up with short-term results. So what can you say about your company, the shortest or the most upcoming milestone?
We have multiple next milestones. First, definitely, it will be our first flight, having like several flights this and multiple customers with dozens and hundreds of satellites. It will be definitely new contracts, new deals that we just recently signed a big deal with Lockheed Martin, but we're signing many other deals now. And definitely it will be like the milestone, technological milestones with our next vehicles that can fly not only between LEO orbits, but fly to GEO or even to lunar orbit. And it's a pretty fast. I mean, we started our company in 2017. Yes, I've been thinking about this idea for many years. And already in 2018, we come through Y Combinator. This is a very famous incubator in the Bay Area that, like, the company like Airbnb, Dropbox comes with them. And then Starburst also helped us. We raised up CSA and post-CSA round. So I think we're moving fast, primarily because we are vision-driven company. So we see our mission and vision, and it allows us to see this North Star and move to this direction, building the company. So we're not following like money or stuff like this. We believe that we need to build this infrastructure. That infrastructure should be started with the transportation. Transportation should be very cheap. To build this cheap transportation, we need to use the cheapest possible systems, like the propulsion system uses water as a propellant. And we believe in this, and we're just building this company really to become on the forefront of this industrial space revolution, because space needs to be industrial. It needs to be cheap. It needs to be, it shouldn't be like the place where only some people can build some stuff. It should be an area where basically you can use the same industrial technologies.
Thank you very much for that answer. And thank you once again for your presentation as well. It provided us with a lot of food for thought. Thank you for your time, Mr. Kokorich. Thank you. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
네, 첫 번째 키노트 프레젠테이션.
Yes, I hope that you enjoyed the first keynote presentation, and we will move on to the second keynote presentation. It will be titled, Why Did Busan Decide to Own a Satellite? And it will be delivered by CEO Park Jae-fil of Nara Space Technology. He actually was researching ultra small satellites at Yonsei University. Then he founded Nara Space Technology in 2015. And there are not many that is doing startup in this area of space in Korea. So he's actually Korea's first founder of space startup. And the company has successfully secured pre-A series investment in the second half of this year and plans to launch 2 satellites by 2020. So please welcome Mr. Jae Park to the stage.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. Yes, I am from Nara Space Technology. My name is JP Park. And we are a company in the nanospace area. So we were born in 2015, so it's been 5 years ago. And statistically, not only space startup, for a startup to survive 5 years is only 20%. So we are very lucky, and we are trying to, use that as momentum to grow further. And we changed our company logo to celebrate our 5th anniversary. And in the beginning, we developed ultra small satellites for the research purposes. So research got together to found this company, and what we could do well in the beginning was to make hardwares and to deliver it for the research purposes and also service that. But with the change logo, our vision has shifted. Satellites is not something to be serviced, but going beyond that, satellites hardware or going beyond satellite systems, using the data from space, we want to deliver services to the people. So the viewfinder of the satellite has become the image of our logo, company logo. So let me talk about what is the future we are seeing through this viewfind. Now, I want to start with this slide. So this spacecraft you already know. This is the Discovery spaceship or craft, and you also have this type of spacecraft. In the SF movie, you see different spaceships. In the Millennium Falcon, in the Star Wars. So if you see the Star Wars, the movie, it's a symbol of that movie. It can travel very fast in other SF movies, novels, and also in reality, sending people to the space, sending materials to the space. So it's now done through the spaceships. Then, I had a question.
Then I had this question. Why do we call these types of vehicles a spaceship instead of a space vehicle or a space car and whatnot? We call it a spaceship. And it seems that the space industry and the marine industry are connected. And so that was an idea that I had. So that is the beginning of my presentation. And so the title of my presentation is Why Did Busan Decide to Own Satellites? I don't think I can say that I represent Busan, but our headquarters are in Busan. So I want to share with you my ideas. Actually, the industry of shipbuilding and the industry of satellite building is very similar. In the past, shipbuilding was in a boom in the 1980s and 90s. And during that time, the shipbuilding industry was very infrastructure intensive and labor intensive. Therefore, the shipbuilding industry created a great economic boom in the location where it was. And I think that satellites are similar. So there are many commonalities of satellites and shipbuilding. It is that the environment is very harsh. So the sea is a harsh condition, and the space is also a harsh conditions. I have many engineer friends, and when you are in the engineering school in your third, fourth year, you have to create a project. And a very difficult item in that is to create something that can be in water. And so water is actually a very harsh condition for an engineering apparature. And so in similar situation would be a space. So space is also a very harsh environment. It's one of the top environments in terms of how harsh it is. It's in very extreme temperatures, and there isn't any air, and it requires extreme reliability because once it goes out into space, you cannot fix it. In addition to it, it's intensive technology-wise and infrastructure-wise. It is very intensive. You cannot just rely on a couple of technologies. You need telecommunication, you need machinery, engineering, and all sorts of different technologies that have to culminate into these spaceships and satellites and ships. In addition to that, you have to have supporting industries. It's not just enough to have the technology. That is why background and supporting industries will also develop. And another thing is that you need a lot of labor. And in particular, you need high-end, in other words, skilled labor. So these engineers and skilled workers need to come together to accomplish that mission. Therefore, shipbuilding industry, if you think about it, in the past, we were able to foster shipbuilding, and these areas where they had very strong shipbuilding industry, preparing for the next industry, which will be space industry, might actually be quite natural because are these similarities and tendencies. And it's not just my thinking. There are a lot of examples of this. For example, there is a Glasgow port city in Scotland, and Glasgow after actually World War II, during the transatlantic trade, it was a major city and it developed, and there was shipping industry developed here. But after that, the industry started to decline and the city also declined. And Glasgow, in order to facilitate its economy, it tried to create a backbone for the space industry, and that was a turning point for this city. And so that was a trigger of economic development, and they have a 3.5 trillion added value and from space industry, and they were able to create 7,500 jobs. And Boeing is located in Seattle, and Osaka and Toulouse are other cities where they have aerospace industry. And we see that aerospace industry has developed in areas where they had strong shipbuilding industries. And that is why I understand that Busan is also looking toward aerospace. Our company is located in Yeongdo, and we have two shipbuilding companies that were located in Busan. And the shipbuilding company went through economic difficulties, and this has led to urban problems. And the young workers that worked in those companies were leaving the city. And so I talked about the connection of the shipbuilding industry and how it's connected and how it could actually be connected with space industry. And that's why I think Busan is looking toward space industry. And second, the marine cities, including Busan, the goal for these cities is to have smart ports and to have sustainable green ships, vessels, and ports. So there's a lot of competition in bidding for such advanced ports, and you need to have good infrastructure to be selected as a great port. And the utilization and the advancement of the ports are determined by such adoption of technology. We see smart ships, smart ports, and smart city and green ships. So port cities are trying to attract such technology and such industries here. And as you know, the world's population, 90% of them live in cities, and most of the cities are located where there is water. And so I think this is an issue not just for the city of Busan, but for the world. And port cities, they have to manage a lot. And so the size of Busan, it's very large, and you need to apply IoT technology in the infrastructure. So you need new infrastructure to enable this. And it's not just a matter of infrastructure. Mankind has to tackle the pending issue of environmental pollution and climate change. And now these pending issues cannot be addressed by certain cities or locations. You cannot just tackle these matters with local information and local data. So it will require a global level of effort, and you need data, information, and knowledge about the world. You need global information. So the area that you need to understand is very wide, and it's becoming more complicated. Therefore, the events that happen in various areas have to be processed very quickly. In that case, drones and airplanes are not enough to collect the data for such a wide area, and it's not fast enough. So we believe that the solution to this could be found in satellite information, because the data that space can provide, there are certain characteristics in it, and it's that it's very wide, and that it can be very continuous, and such data can be very effective. And so one area that we are always concerned about is the industry that we are involved in, which is nano satellites. What's the value that it can provide? What is the unique value sets that are provided by nano satellites? For large scale satellites, as you know, it's the size of a human being, and we can think of it as a human body. There are cameras like eyes, and there are communication functions like ears, and there are also moving parts like your muscles. And the functions in a satellite that are necessary have been combined together in a nano satellite. So nano satellites have maximized efficiency. So in new space paradigm, it seems that the nano satellites are receiving a lot of spotlight, and it has to provide more value. And in the commercial space industry, I believe that nano satellites are receiving more spotlight. And nano satellites, background of them being born or being developed was, as was explained, the price of propellants have gone down. So the opportunity to be launched into space has increased. So in the past, once you want to put something out into space, it costs a lot. And let's say a component that had to go into a satellite, you would add another one, and you had to create more components, and it's important to be more efficient, because so you go out more, and it has to be very efficient once you go out. So the components that go into the nano satellites, with advancement in technology, the components that had to be bigger now can be smaller, and they could become more compact, put into a smaller space. And I think this has been well developed in the nano satellite. And I believe that satellite constellation is one of the technology that can provide great benefits. So let's say it's a 1,000-kilogram satellite. It's different from what can be provided by the satellite constellation. The large satellites can be precise, but for marine events that have to cover a large area, and a fire, let's say, breaks out, the precision of the data is not enough. You need to have a constellation of satellites to identify and get continuous information from the area where the event took place. And so in our case, we believe that satellites, it's not a concept of a spaceship. It's like a camera. It's just a tool to collect information. And the satellites that exist, if you look at the how they're spaced out, we see large-scale satellites that's 500 kilograms and 1,000 kilograms with high precision, and they go to a certain location very frequently, and there are these nano satellites like that. And so these are new concepts that are just emerging, and you can increase the resolution of time resolution. And those who want satellite information, and to those who want to utilize satellite information to manage cities, and to those who have to make decisions based on such data, it's big data. They want big data, satellite image, and information. And for such satellite information to be used as big data, you have to satisfy two things at the same time. So those involved in big data, they say that it's garbage in, garbage out. In other words, you have to have sufficient high quality data. But with the current satellite systems that we have, you cannot have both. And in order to overcome these problems, you need to have nano satellites and you need to have a constellation of such nano satellites. And I talked about global issues. And so we need to tackle the environmental problems and climate change, which are all global problems, and sustainability issues. And I believe that cities are the key here. So if we are able to solve urban problems at Busan, then we can solve urban problems of other cities, and this can lead to problem solving of global problems. And if we think about Busan city as a test bed, we have actually a big test bed. And so we're using Busan as a test bed to try out many things. We're trying to utilize satellite information in managing the city, and it can be used by consumers. So satellite information is something that was not accessible to consumers, and now they can use this for various needs. And that is one of our main purposes. And if you think about Busan, you think of it as a port city where there's a lot of ships and vessels. So we are using deep learning and optical technology and SAR information to automatically identify vessels, and we're trying to check the amount of shipment that is going on via these ships. And we are using various images to see, identify the marine environment changes and any pollutions that are taking place.
저희의 목표는
So our goal is to help this system to support the city management. And secondly, what I want to talk about is about the maps. All cities are obligated to create their own maps, and actually that is mostly created by hand by researchers, but with on deep learning, like the bare land or farmland or forest or residential areas could be classified in the land registration maps. So thirdly, what's really influencing our health is that or landscape is the plant that's near you. So the status of the plant and trees were checked one by one by human, but using the satellite images or from airplane images, this can be now be handled as a group on a high level. So this is a research conducted by the Suwon City based on the trees that they have on their public park. So they can recognize each tree and even check the health status of each tree. Lastly, disaster recovery. If there is forest fire, of a drought, or a strong wind, which requires continuous monitoring and surveillance, and in a big area, you need to collect data. And for that, it's more efficient to use satellites. Currently, even if we don't own a satellite, existing the geostationary satellites and constellation satellite images are now used for our service. And what is interesting is the data that we use is more. You're trying to increase temporal resolution than the spatial resolution, because in city management authorities, on a real-time basis, they want the data. So even with low resolution, temporal resolution, if it's high, it can be mixed with the existing images, and that's how it's processed. So data convergence or other synchronization work is important, and that's why we are involved. But as you have already seen, with the existing satellite constellations, we cannot meet the consumers or the demands or requirements. So through our own development and the infrastructure, we thought we could provide. So about 24 satellites are grouped together as our satellite constellation, and our goal is to service a certain area every minute. And this is now possible because of different factors. First, the payload technology is now advanced, so the weight is low, so it's easier to form constellation for different inclinations. Nano satellites were hard to be launched, but now we have a propellant dedicated to nano satellites. This means that the government requirements, rather than being dependent on that, even the local government, not the central government, local government can now have initiative to use the most optimal satellite conditions that they require. So for constellation of satellites and our satellites, for nano satellites, visit frequency and price can be maintained. So in other words, satellite images that meet the needs of various local governments is our goal. So about Soju box size is the satellite that we want, and for a specific city, we can collect continuously information. What we think is the most important is the size. And as for the size, launching capability, production capability, it makes it easier, and it can also be maintained as constellation if it's small. So within the set aside, most efficient, most smart satellite is what we want to create. And for this type of satellite, not only constellations, or if we have to launch a satellite in a hurry, it's easy to do. So nano satellite launcher, or even shooting from the air using fighter flight is even possible. So in the second half of this year, the standard satellite design will be completed so that the production can start from next year. And to do this service, not only satellite production itself, but another important technology would be the ground-based, like even what can go into your smartphone, that reliable components or parts will test themselves and be adapted to the space level systems, and be able to mass produce them. This is very important because 100% success rate is not what we want when we launch, but launch frequently so that we can increase reliability. Then it can become economically more efficient and more values can be created. And as you can see from this images, being able to test various parts at once. This type of, it's called EGS. We create Earth ground support system, and we also do radiation system, space environment test ourselves. So we call it touch parts, and this commercial part can be readily used for our system. So that is our system philosophy. Secondly, between satellites, communication will be possible through inter-satellite link. So technology to exchange information between satellite. When you build a satellite constellation to do various functions, information exchange, especially speed and location information needs to be shared, and especially number of satellite that goes into the constellation can be reduced. So we are continue testing this. So we are based in Busan, and what is the strength of Busan is that it has a coastal area. So far field test is easy because you have nothing that blocks your view. So the photos in the middle is from 3.8 kilometers. We are doing tests. That's what it's in the photo, and we got the numbers that we wanted. And lastly, software-based spur resolution technologies is what we think is important, because for nano satellites, due to physical limitation, optical performance is restricted. So to go beyond that, software should be used to increase resolution. And so we are developing this ourselves. So, if you see what's before and after the processing, you see you can obtain more information. So these are some of the development efforts that we are engaged in. Actually, what we want is it's not just stay within the space industry. Our goal is to go beyond space industry. Especially what we are interested in is environment. Now, environmental issues. In the past, there were people interested in environment, and they thought it was our moral obligation to protect the environment. But now, through international conventions and through our country's laws, it's proactively, actively being regulated. There will be that as a result, industries that would disappear, but there will be also industries that we created, like carbon emission right or green power generations are all becoming important. So this climate or environmental change is not only happening in one region, it's a global happening. So we need to have a global view, and we believe we can deliver information on a global level. And we are trying to create platform that can deliver global level information. One of the platform we are making is within a city. We extract on the information on the trees and check whether there is a water stress, or whether they're growing easily by plant type. It can be monitored. Hence, we can know the carbon level of that city, or what the plant habitat is like within the city, and whether it's growing healthily. Secondly, when we have the ground data coming up to the satellite, we need to go beyond it and catch the information that is behind it. But the information comes through atmosphere, so a lot of corrections needs to be happening. Like, you need to get rid of the clouds, and you need to compensate for the atmospheric effect. And our ground tower, we do correlations so that more exact and accurate information can be delivered, and we want to really have a very precise information. And even if this data are of high quality to consumers, to our target consumers, they emphasize accessibility. They said, we are not interested about image, but we want the data coming out of that. So, allowing consumers to fully leverage data by making it easily accessible. So, cloud-based data accumulation, cloud-based access to data. So, cloud management system is also what we are developing. So, rather than us being a space company, we like collaborating more with industries and companies that is outside of the space industry, because, as I said, we want to go beyond the space industry. So, like environmental agencies, or environmental college, or companies that can make the carbon emission right or license. We want to collaborate with them so that our technology can be easily adapted through their businesses. So what we are preparing is environmental services that will be very good going future. I mean, they even now talk about Green New Deal in Korea. So we will be in line with the social changes, provide the data and insights that's needed to deliver such changes. So Work Season is a platform that we are preparing. It's a city management and environmental management platform. So this data information can be used by local government to manage their city, or in the finance industry, in trading, or in doing various predictive analysis. They can use this data very directly through easy access using this platform. And I will finish by explaining to you about our space program. For us, we have 3 tracks. First is the actual satellite launch. As our MC has said, by end of next year, 2 standard satellites will be launched. But what also needs to happen at the same time is various system that goes in the satellite will be developed in-house, so that overall development costs can be reduced. So it can be go into various space missions, so we can have a track record on the space industry and interstellar link and other type of hardware. What is in that locket image, that schedule is actually missions that goes beyond the space and space orbit. So we want to verify our own in-house technology and provide more efficient satellite system, so that the consumers can use it more easily.
아까
Lastly, as I said, satellite information platforms. We want to create that, so we'll create a oxygen platform that provides satellite data, and we will have the beta platform for this, and we will be releasing this every year. And so, utilizing satellites, we want to create a new space industry that can go beyond space. And we are very fortunate. I know that due to COVID-19, investors are more cautious, and yet there were some investors that invested in us, and so we completed our pre-A series of funding. And we are going ahead according to our schedule thanks to such funding. And we want to create new space services and more interesting space services going into the future. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. We will set the stage for the Q&A session. We have received questions from Slido, so we will now ask those questions. So thank you very much for your passionate presentation. So you said introduced your company as the very first space startup in Korea, and I think that you will go into the environment industry as well. So let's now go on to the questions. Space development and satellite development were not areas that were easy for local governments to approach. So are there any points that you would like to appeal to other local governments on developing satellites? When we started off, one of the biggest difficulties that we faced was that the local governments were telling us, how could we use such things? They had that type of bias or preconceptions. They said that that's something that the central government should tackle. That's something that can be done on a global level, were the responses that we received. But actually, a lot of the pressing issues and problems that local governments are facing can be solved utilizing satellite information. That's why we recommended that local governments should think at this from a fresh and new approach, and that's the recommendation that I would like to give to you. And there were some issues with the existing aerospace industry. They did not consider the mindsets of such consumers, but I think that the market has become more diverse and we need to think about end consumers. So it's important to be more approachable, something that is thought to be easy. I think there was some ambiguous apprehension that it was not something that you could use at a local government. Well, thank you. And I understand that your company is participating in the NewSpace conference for the second time, and you presented last year. Are there any changes that you feel that happened throughout the year? For example, the government is working on facilitating space venture industry ecosystem. Do you feel that? I think we do feel the changes. We were successful in funding, and we are being invited to more conferences like the one I am at here right now. There are probably various reasons, but I feel that there are a lot of conferences like this, and it seems that the market itself has brought itself to a new level. And so I do feel that the barriers have been lowered to enter into this industry. I feel change, and that is why I have high expectations for next year. With the COVID-19 being controlled or more dealt with next year, I hope that the prospects will improve, and I think that you have lowered the barriers for startups in space industry. I hope that we see more space startups in the future. So for researchers, businesses, and employees and students that are considering starting a new space startup, what are some recommendations that you would like to give? It's been 5 years since we started, and we are giving out the same message throughout these 5 years. So I think that at least the market itself has become more sophisticated. The space ventures before us, I'm sure that they faced more difficulties than we did. The environment is changing favorably, and the changes that took place 5 years ago has led to new growth. And if you are interested in creating your own business, there are opportunities in the space industry, so try it out. That's what I want to say. So do you feel that the timing is right? Yes, I do. So I hope many people challenge in this industry. So in the next year, how do you think NADA space will change? So that's something that I would like to know about too. So what are your future plans? Well, anyway, you think of us as a space industry company, but ultimately, we are trying to utilize the data that comes from space. So we want to process that data. We can provide space information even without satellites. And the satellites that we are developing will be launched. And so hopefully next year we will have our own satellites. We have high expectations for the future. And I will also wait for that day to come too. And I'm sure that will lead to a lot of news. Startups should not just look at the domestic market. You should target the global market. So do you have any global business plans? For the space industry, it's not something that you can do looking only at the domestic market. It should not be restricted. We are following global standards. And therefore, I don't think need to distinguish between domestic and international markets. Space-related companies and overseas organizations and institutions are seeking us out as partners. So we're trying to take advantage of those opportunities as much as possible, regardless of the domestic and overseas market. We want to approach these markets using our unique services. I hope that you in the future will be providing speeches not only in Korea but overseas as well. So that's the end of our Q&A session. Once again, thank you very much for your presentation and for answering the questions. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sure that I'm sure that you were interested in the presentations. I myself am not an expert in this industry, and I don't participate in many space-related forums, yet I felt that the presentations were exciting, and I think that it was a great session. We will now have a 15-minute break and resume in 15 minutes. Thank you very much for your participation and for wearing your mask, and we ask you to keep your masks on. Before we begin at 4, we ask you to come back and to take your seat so we can start on time. Thank you very much.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 바로
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume with the keynote presentations very soon. So I'd like to ask everyone to join us in the room. Thank you.
두 번째 키노트 프레젠테이션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 아직 입장하지 않으신 분들께서는 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 즐거운 휴식 시간 그리고
Hope you enjoyed the break and did some networking. Now we will soon start with the second keynote presentations. Again, those that have not returned to the room yet, please, I hope that you will again join us.
네, 저희 남은 시간도 굉장히
Now we have still very exciting presentations for you, and the next one is one of them, and it will be Hakutar's partner company's next level business, creating a sustainable industrial ecosystem that connects the Earth and the Moon. It will be delivered by Mr. Takeshi Hakamada, founder and CEO of iSpace Inc. Let me introduce Mr. Takeshi Hakamada. He established iSpace space startup in Japan. In 2010, the company develops landers and exploration robots to mine the resources in the moon, and it has secured funding of 150 million US dollars to send explorer Hakuto R to the moon in 2020.
your time today. Can you hear me well? I think that you may be on mute. Can you speak one more time, please? Yes, I think now the microphone is on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. So thank you once again for your time and the presentation that you will be delivering. If you are ready, please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you very much for your introduction. And then it's my honor to have presentation in this conference. And then let me start my presentation. So I'm a founder and a CEO of iSpace, Lunar exploration company. And then just a quick overview at the beginning. I found this company in 2010, so it's 10 years anniversary this year. It's a long journey already. And then now we have over 100 employees located in Japan, and then Luxembourg, and then now starting US. And then about 70% are engineered because we are developing a spacecraft, lunar lander, and then lunar rovers. Currently, we are doing 3 business lines: payload service, data service, and partnership service. I'm gonna explain a little bit more in later. And then so far we raised successfully over 123 million US dollars. And then Series A funding in 2017 was the largest Series A funding in Japan. And then this year we raised another about $30 million as a Series B. Our vision is expand our planet, expand our future. We want to create, expand human presence into outer space. In order to do that, well, we create a Moon Barrier 2040 concept. In this concept, we believe that more than 1,000 people living and working in the lunar surface, and then also more than 10,000 people traveling between the Earth and the Moon by 2040. In order to create this concept or world, water is center of the industry. We now know that there is water on the lunar surface thanks to the research by NASA and the other space agencies. And then we know that there will be 6 billion tons of water on the lunar surface according to the recent research. And then this water will be utilized for the drinkable water, but also more importantly, water is going to divide into hydrogen and oxygen, and it's become propellant for the spacecraft rocket. And then, And then such a water assumed to be buried on the polar area on the lunar surface, South Pole and then North Pole. However, recently there's another research, published recently. NASA now found the water, not only the eternal shadow area, but also the sunlit surface of the moon as well. So there might be more water resources on the lunar surface than we thought before. So having such water enabled to use for the propellant, we can create a gas station in space. And then that would be important for the further deep space exploration, for example, to the Mars. And then also it's important to sustain modern life on the Earth as well, because currently this modern life is supported by the space infrastructure like a satellite. And then such a propellant will be necessary to sustain such a space infrastructures efficient way, because the launch cost from the Earth is very expensive. So in order to create such a world, we start from the phase 1 technology demonstration. We're gonna launch our first mission in 2022, and then we're gonna demonstrate our technology to land on the moon. And then in the second phase, we're gonna start a delivery service to the space agencies or the other commercial customers, and then also deliver the data to the such customers. And then frequency is important for our business. We are aiming to provide several missions per year. And then also we're gonna explore the lunar surface, looking for the water. And then in the third phase, we're gonna enter the utilization of the space resources, especially water resources, after 2023, after 2030. So currently, we have 3 business models. The first is lunar delivery service, and then second is partnership, and then the third is lunar data. Regarding lunar delivery, we're gonna deliver scientific payload or the other technology demonstration devices to the lunar surface frequently. We're gonna deliver such a payload with our lunar lander. Regarding the launches, we don't develop by ourselves, but we're gonna procure a launch service from a commercially available market like SpaceX Falcon 9. So we are currently developing lunar lander and the lunar rover.
I believe that we have lost your connection. 네, 저희가 잠시 연결이 좀 지연이 되는 것 같습니다. 저희가 다시 한번 연결을 시도를 하는 동안에 잠시만 기다려 주십시오.
So please bear with us as we try to reconnect.
연결을 다시 시도를 했는데요. So, Mr. Hakamada, do we have you online again?
Yes, I am sorry. Well, connection my side was had a program. So let me go back to the one slide.
Okay, thank you very much. So please proceed.
Yep. So the we are, in order to deliver the payload, we are developing lunar lander and then lunar rovers. Regarding lunar landers, we can carry about 30 kilograms payload to the lunar surface. And the lunar rovers, our current mass is 5 kilograms and then carry about 3.5 kilograms payload on top of the lunar rover. Then let me show you short videos which explaining how our lunar mission looks like. I hope you enjoyed the video. And then, well, it said Hack to Owl at the end. This is the partnership program. Hack to Owl is the program to provide the opportunity for the commercial companies to join our mission together with their technology or business. And then we have currently 7 companies on board with us. And then still we are looking for well, additional companies. And then Hack to Owl composed of two missions. First mission is lunar landing, launching in 2022. And the second mission is surface exploration by rover in 2023. And then we already have a launch contract with SpaceX Falcon 9 for these 2 missions. This Hack to Owl is not just a promotional platform, but essentially this is R&D platform for the new players enter the space industry. This is important for us to invite many of the non-space companies in this industry, because in order to establish our vision in 2014, we need a variety of the industry players support the human life on the lunar surface. So in the Hack to Owl program, 7 companies currently involved in to validate their technology or create new business related to the moon. And then each of the company have specific 10 topic to develop technology. The one of the, our partner, Japan Airlines, have been many of the event with KIT to educate new technologies to the children. And then also the Citizen, it's a watch company. There's no relationship with space industry so far. However, we identify very interesting material called super titanium, which has a very strong characteristics of the structure materials. And then we decided to utilize this super titanium technology to our landers and then rovers. And then the third is lunar data business. The target customers were not only space agencies, but also the private companies like software, construction, transport, so forth. In order to start to plan something on the lunar surface, customer need data, how the moon looks like, what is the environment of the lunar surface, and how the things work on the lunar surface. We're gonna provide such a data using our previous missions. And then also we're not just providing data, but also we provide mission planning service as well. We support the customers to plan their missions. For example, landing site, rover, driving route design, so on. Currently, we are integrating data developed by iSpace and then publicly available data. And then now I'd like to show you another video we published recently. In order to promote this data business, we announced the one concept called Blueprint Moon. And then this is a very important concept to unveil the potential of the data business. Excuse me. The video sound is not transmitted. Just check again. Let me show you again the video.
Dollars to build.
Sorry.
The world is about to witness a surge of human activity on the moon. Within the next 10 years, there are already over 60 scheduled missions to the moon, plans to build a new space station in lunar orbit, and permanent facilities on the moon's surface, as well as unprecedented funding for commercial lunar exploration, all positioned to ignite a lunar economy. The European Space Agency, Canada, and Australia have announced record lunar exploration budgets, with each keen on industry collaboration. NASA in the United States has already set aside around $10 billion for commercial lunar services, and China aims to complete basic infrastructure for a $10 trillion Earth-Moon economic zone. Permanent human presence could generate economic activity, opening the Moon up for business. Commercial contractors could compete for government bids worth tens of billions of dollars to build lunar infrastructure. And several companies, like iSpace, are developing lunar landers to provide both government and commercial customers with low-cost delivery of research instruments and building materials to the Moon. iSpace plans to carry out frequent missions to bring small payloads to the Moon to support the gradual development of large-scale lunar infrastructure over the next decade. But iSpace offers more than just transportation. We aim to mobilize the private sector. iSpace intends to perform as an orchestrator of the lunar ecosystem. We are developing a data-centric platform to support industry players with lunar market entry by building efficient, user-friendly mission planning tools and lunar data applications. Like a blueprint for lunar industry, customers can start with the basic framework to confirm efficient operations and mitigate risk. Over time, our tools can be enriched with our mission data and applied to virtual simulations to understand how structures perform against environmental factors. Using our program, you can have the freedom to create in an undefined world. We've labeled this endeavor Blueprint Moon. Under this platform, companies can use our services to both design and deliver their business to the Moon. Opportunities exist for any industry to develop a blueprint for the Moon, and there are already several early adopters. Manufacturers are developing batteries and fuel cells to provide energy solutions for lunar industry. Telecom firms plan to capitalize on bandwidth demand by deploying lunar satellite networks. Automotive companies are supporting the structural analysis and design of lunar vehicles. And engineering companies are exploring new technologies to produce propellant by extracting oxygen and hydrogen trapped in lunar minerals and ice. Humans have always expanded their domain. Harnessing the spirit that moved us across the globe, we enter a new age of exploration. Now is the time to make your blueprint for the Moon.
So this is these are our business. And then now I'm going to talk about the technology development in short. Well, we are currently on the almost the end of the design phase, and then this picture shows some of the testing for our prototype model. This is a real scale lunar lander we developed so far to test vibration. And then we are going to start flight model assembly next year. And then this assembly will be conducted in Alien Group in Germany. And then this week we announced opening a U.S. office in Denver. And then this U.S. is a very important market for the lunar exploration. And then we decided to open the office in Denver because there's many aerospace companies over there. And then also we hired key engineers from SpaceX Custom. She was working for SpaceX over 7 years. She was managed the introduction of the new Falcon 9 rocket recently. And then she's gonna lead our lander development in United States. So in United States, Artemis program is ongoing, and then we expect many of the missions will be planned for the moon, not only United States, but also in many of the countries in future. And then, however, still the U.S. Is an important market, and then where NASA is running a program called CLIPS, Commercial Lunar Payload Service, to procure commercial service for the lunar transportation. And then currently 14 teams has a right to bid for this program. And then NASA is planned to spend 2.6 billion US dollars during 10 years. We are teaming with Draper Laboratory in the United States, and then we're gonna provide our lunar landers as a transportation service to the NASA. So we are progressing a lot strongly, even under this COVID-19 situation. So in 2022, we're gonna on the moon. Well, and then I like to work with many of the non-space companies and then individuals as well. So well, let's go to the moon together. That is all from me.
Well, thank you very much for that comprehensive presentation, Mr. Takeshi Hakamada. And I hope that you succeed in your endeavors in the near future. I believe we also have some questions for you, so I will be reading them out loud to you. So I will be reading out some of the questions, even if they are in Korean, and I will be translating them into English as well. 네, 저희 그러면 슬라이도에서 올라온
So we will look at the questions on Slido. The first question is about the high expectations of lunar exploration. Japan JAXA, what kind of support is it providing for the civil or commercial lunar landers?
And the Japanese company JAXA, of course, has probably a lot of support for your company as well as your development. What kind of support is it providing you with?
Yep, thank you for question. Well, we are working closely with JAXA, Japanese Space Agency. And then, however, we don't have concrete support about the technology and then financial perspective so far. But we are working very closely, and then we have MOU with JAXA a couple years ago to do the study for the lunar resource utilization in future. And then under this MOU, we have been talking with JAXA very frequently, and then how we can work together to support JAXA's missions, and then also the commercialization of the lunar business.
Thank you very much for your answer. 네, 답변 되셨기를 바라겠습니다.
I hope that answers your question. We will go on to the next question. In Japan, in addition to JAXA, there are other companies in the private sector that are non-space industry companies that are investing in space industry. So what is the overall atmosphere?
Of course, apart from JAXA, there are a lot of private companies, private conglomerates that invest in the space and aerospace field. What is the overall sentiment like in the Japanese investment markets?
Well, so regarding the space industry, many of the private investment is growing. And then, as I told at the beginning, iSpace raised over $100 million in Japan. And then another company called Astroscale is also raised over $100 million, close to $200 million already. And then there's a lot of the active investment happening in Japan. And then thanks to the leadership by Japanese government to foster space industry, new space industry in Japan. Many of the investors start interest to invest more variety of the new space startups.
Yes, so it seems that you are getting a lot of investments, both from public and private sectors, and a lot of interest to that as well. Thank you for the answer. 네, 그럼 다음 질문으로 또 넘어가 보도록.
We'll now move on to the next question. Launcher or satellites focused space development is now shifting to exploration of moon or other planets. So space science is becoming more important. So how are you preparing for that?
For our next question. In the past, space science or space development used to be focused more on spaceships or just satellites being shot up into space. But now we're talking about the space itself. And of course, having more explorations and having people go into space as well. And the overall space science is becoming more important. So how is iSpace preparing for the space science along with your work?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So we believe that space science is important, and then going to this space can promote more science opportunity in the future. Especially our perspective, lunar development. We need to explore water, and then we need scientific investigation at the beginning. And then where there is a lot of the opportunity for the scientists to do scientific activities on the lunar surface. Providing a frequent flight to the lunar surface, we can provide more opportunities, more reasonable, financially reasonable level, and then we can flourish more scientific discovery in the future.
네, 감사합니다. Thank you very much for your answer. I believe that is all of the questions that we have for this from the Slido and for the Q&A session. Thank you once again, Mr. Hakameda, for your great presentation and your time with us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
네, 이렇게 두 번째 키노트 프레젠테이션.
So that ends the second keynote presentation. Thank you again for that very interesting presentation. Now we'll move on to the next presentation. The title is Expanding the Horizon of Space Industry, Tackling Academic, Social, and Economic Challenges. And the presentation will be delivered by President and CEO of SpaceTide, Mr. Masuda Shihida. He's also principal at the A.T. Kearney. So let me introduce Mr. Masayasu Ishida. He's actually formed SpaceTide Foundation in 2015 as a forum to promote new space and to create a venue where the industry players and experts can come together for more exchange. He has been with A.T. Kearney Global Management Consulting Firm for more than 15 years, delivering his consulting expertise in aerospace, automobile areas. So,
yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. So if you are ready, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm ready. Okay, so thank you for the kind introduction. So good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Masa Ishida, co-founder and the CEO of SpaceTide Foundation. So firstly, I'd like to express my gratitude to the organizer for providing me with the opportunity to be part of this excellent event today. So unfortunately, I can be present today. However, I'm so excited. So because this is my first time to join the NewSpace Korea, I heard this is one of the biggest NewSpace conference in Korea. So in this session, so I'd like to talk about a new horizon of the space industry. In the year of 2020, so we are facing the COVID-19 pandemic. So it's still limiting our daily life in many countries, even in Japan. So not only COVID-19, so there are many other challenges facing humanity, right? So I believe the space industry can and should contribute more. So I'd like to show the Japanese story. So before jumping into my presentation, so let me briefly introduce Space Tide. So we are a nonprofit organization, so focusing on the development of the space industry. Taking a neutral position, we cooperate with a wide range of organizations and individuals and perform cross-industry activities. So one of our main activities is organizing the first and biggest space business conference in Japan, like the NewSpace Korea. So a friend of mine is organizing the NewSpace Korea conference. So he came over to Japan to join our conference before. And then, so he came up with ideas of launching the event in Korea. So I was glad to hear about that. And so I appreciate all the effort to organize the conference today. So in addition to Space Tide, I also work for Kearney, a global management consulting firm to help aerospace industry client decision making. So on top of that, so I have contributed to the policy making in the Japanese government as a member of various governmental committees. So let's begin my presentation. So, the global space sector is undergoing a major transformation. So various factors such as increase in the number of space nations, the expansion of private space business, the diversification of space applications, and also the rising sense of crisis about the space sustainability so have come into play at the same time. I think it's important to make an effort to build a common understanding on the current state of affairs and build a larger ecosystem and develop the industry overall. So when we look at the private space, so magnificent visions are turning into reality. The SpaceX was the first private company to successfully transport the astronauts to ISS and then back to Earth. So, and the other companies, including the Blue Origin and Virgin Galactic, are working on space tourism. So as for the mail constellation, so this year, so OneWeb filed Chapter 11. However, SpaceX has already deployed 700 satellites in orbit. So as Hakamura-san presented in the previous session, so lunar development and exploration is also a hot topic. The private companies, many private companies are working in these areas. So with these growth drivers, so I think the space industry is expected to double its market size by 2040. So our report issued by Morgan Stanley last year predicted the size of the space market will reach $1.1 trillion by 2040. So including the secondary order impact, so generated by mega constellation. So I think the space industry is full of many possibilities and is expected to grow at a high rate. But the question is the space industry showing its full potential? So I don't think so. So please look at this chart. So to compare with the space industry, so ICT industry is about 10 times larger. So automobile industry is about 15 times larger. So healthcare industry is more than 20 times larger. So I think the space industry is still considered to be a niche market when compared with other major terrestrial industries. And these industries support our daily life with the latest service and also are the soil in which the companies thrive. So creating new jobs and spawning a variety of technological innovation, right? So when I talk like this, I think that some of you may think the space industry is already the foundation for the modern life. and the size of the market doesn't matter, right? So indeed, so the Earth observation satellite enables weather forecasting. The communication satellite is utilized as a backhaul for mobile network and also in-flight connectivity. So positioning satellite is used for countless services such as co-navigation and map application. So if the satellite system were to fail, so social economic loss could amount to several trillion US dollar globally, right? So considering those facts, I would say space industry serve as a critical infrastructure in our day-to-day life. But, so is that enough? So I don't think so. So as I said, in the year of 2020, so humanity, we are facing a COVID-19 pandemic. It changed the way the world works. And also it's still limiting our daily life in many countries. So not only COVID-19, so there are many other challenges facing humanity. So the Sustainable Development Goals established by United Nations are universal language. So there are also various industrial and economic issues. For example, automotive industry aims to be carbon neutral with clean energy and also a zero fatal traffic accident. So in Japan, where I live, so the need for automation is increasing in various industries due to declining birth rate and also aging population. So does the space industry face these social and economic challenges? So I believe the space industry can and should contribute more. So I'd like to show the Japan case. So please look at this chart. So Japan has a basic plan on space policy, which define its national space development strategy. So this plan has been revised every 4 to 5 years. So this year, we have 4 revisions. So I was involved in the discussion as a member of a committee. And through the discussion, a goal-oriented approach was emphasized as a basic principle of our national strategy. So we set a goal as ensuring space security, so solving global issues, and also driving innovation and economic growth. It means the space industry is expected to contribute to solving the national agendas and global issues. So how we can do that? That's a question. So I think the key is a collaboration with the non-space industry and also the spirited entrepreneurs like Hakamada-san, right? So we can see signs of a new ecosystem development in Japan. So the industrial ecosystem for the commercial space is becoming so more diversified with the number of stakeholders increasingly or rapidly. So there are more than 100 non-space corporations and also 50 spirited startups involved in the space community. So Japan's investor profile is a bit unique. So compared with other countries. So the main investor globally are the, how to say, investment professional. So such as venture capitals and angel investor. So on the other hand, main investor in Japan are non-space corporations. So various large companies, including telecommunication companies, automobile OEMs, so trading companies, so airline companies, electronics companies, has shown great interest in space. So such a widespread of diverse sectors so participating in the space industry has not seen in any other countries, but I think that it's a characteristic feature of Japan. So let me show you some example. So please look at this chart. So our automobile giant Toyota is partnering with JAXA to develop a crewed pressurized rover for the future lunar exploration. So SoftBank was famous as an investor to OneWeb. So still still investor to our satellite IoT startup. So many ICT companies have accelerated the market entry. And also the utilization of satellite data is also a hot topic here in Japan. So IT company is building their first satellite data platform under the governmental policy to provide the government-owned satellite data to the public. So I'd like to explain the key motive for investing in space industry. So the motive for investing in the space industry can be roughly divided into three categories. First is frontier spirits. Our space industry is seen as an iconic display of frontier spirits. So second is advanced investment in new business. So as I said, the space industry is expected to grow at a high rate. So it's an attractive investment target. The third is enhancement of current business. So non-space industry sees space technology as an enabler to create many kinds of value in the digital age. So through this investment, non-space industry can bring in a variety of technology, influx risk money, and also a new demand for space industry. So I would say the correlation with the non-space industry can expand the horizon of the space industry. So let me show you a more specific case. So Subaru, a major car OEM, is a good example. So Subaru sets a goal of zero fatal traffic accidents by 2030 and has developed its advanced driver assistance system called EyeSight. So this year, the latest system called EyeSight X was launched. So Subaru utilized the QZSS to realize a function such as hands-free driving, automatic lane change, and automatic slowdown on the highway. So this EyeSight X option has been well received in the market price. So the option installation rate reached 93% of all users. So amazing, right? So another example is Space Food Sphere. So Space Food Sphere is an industry association, which comprises 40 Japanese companies with diverse technologies such as food production, food processing, and resource recycling, cuisine environment, and also food cultures. So they envision 1,000 people living and working on the moon by 2030. So to achieve this goal, they will build an ultra high efficient plant factory, and biofood reactor, to create the ultimate resource recycling system on the moon. So at the same time, Space Food Sphere aims to apply this solution to Earth to solve the food problem on Earth. So it means invest in space to solve the food problems on Earth simultaneously. And as I said, the spirited entrepreneurs are also driving force. So in Japan, there are more than 50 startups that are engaged in a wide range of space businesses, from access to space mining, such as iSpace, right? So number of startups in Japan has doubled since 2015, encouraged by increasing social awareness and also accelerating governmental measures to encourage the space activities in the private sectors. So let me show you a domestic trend of investment. So over the past 5 years, Japanese space startups have raised $500 million in total. And some leading startups such as iSpace and Astroscale has raised over $100 million individually. So the increasing amount of investment in space has encouraged the spirited entrepreneur to step into our space business. In addition, tackling the SDGs is a hot topic in Japan. So space bids for the SDGs are a public-private initiative to solve socio-economic issues through space business was launched this year. So I propose this activity to the government. So there are 15 private companies, mainly from the startups, and also the cabinet office are involved in this initiative. So we are discussing how the space business can solve the challenges faced by local community and local economy. So the discussion on the leveraging a variety of space technologies are ongoing at the moment. So a member of this initiative is Umitron. So Umitron is a data analytics startup that aims to solve the aquaculture challenges. So I think you know the aquaculture industry has been attracting our attention. So as a solution to increasing food demand and also the need to preserve the marine resources. So however, aquaculture industry is facing a variety of challenges, such as increasing feed cost and also abnormal algal blooms. So Umitron is tackling to solve these challenges. So they are integrating the satellite data, the environmental data from satellite with fish population data from underwater camera. So to improve the productivity of fish farming. So I think this is another way in which the space industry can solve the challenges faced by other industries. So I think that there's a limit to what the space industry can do on its own. However, so as I have been saying, the collaboration with the non-space industries and the spirited entrepreneurs will be a key to expand the horizon of the space industry. And I think that this type of collaboration will bring a new market for the space industry. So I estimate the space industry has a possibility to grow to $1.4 trillion in the future. So this is truly a new horizon of the space industry. So to conclude my presentation, so I would say that let's invest in space to solve the human challenges. So I would expect the space industry will expand its horizon and the market size. And also, I wish the space industry will become a greater industry in the future. Yeah, that's my presentation. So thank you for paying attention. So I'd like to take a question from the audience.
네, 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give our speaker a big hand.
For the great presentation. 네, 그럼 저희가 슬라이도에
So we have some questions from Slido. So we will now ask the speaker these questions. The first question is about the large conglomerates that can be involved in the space industry. But to encourage their involvement, what does the space sector need to do? What do the space sector players need to do to encourage large conglomerates to enter into the space industry?
So did you hear the interpretation, Mr. Ishida?
No.
Oh, sorry. You had your earphones on, so we thought that you were getting the interpretation.
I couldn't hear the English. So.
Yes, okay. Then I just read out the Korean version of the question, so I will now translate for you in English.
Yes,
so,
please.
Yes. Thank you. So if we were to include the public conglomerates into investing in or developing, co-developing into the space industry, what kind of efforts do the government or the space sector players have to do?
Yeah, thanks for the great question. I think the role of the government will be important in the development of the space industry. So in case of Japan, so Japanese government has been implementing a variety of measures to encourage the space activities in the private sector. But I'd like to point out that the role of the government should be evolved in the future. Especially in case of the new space. So, you know, the traditional approach is to create a government-owned and operated space system. So working in the government contract relationship, right? So however, so the government in some countries is implementing a different approach. So where the government serve as an investor and also a customer of startup, right? So in case of Japan, so there are two governmental funds. One is the INCJ. So the another one is DBJ, Development Bank of Japan. So these governmental funds are the largest provider of risk money here in Japan. So I think it's a characteristic feature of Japan. So and also from the demand creation point of view, so government can play a key role. So because you know the gaining their initial customer will be very important for many startups, right? So the benefit of having government as an initial customer will be crucial. And also, in addition to initial customer, so if the government can be an ongoing anchor client, so it could help to stabilize the business base for the startup. So yeah, I would say the role of the government will be very important in the development of the space industry. But the role of the government should be evolved, should be changed in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. 뭔가 정부의 역할이
So we heard from the speaker that the government's role needs to evolve, and the government may even play the role of a customer. So I will now go on to the next question. In Korea, in order to facilitate space startups and the space industry ecosystem, there's a lot of discussions on this. And what's the role of the new space? What's the role of the government in the new space era?
Industry, of the space industry and its ecosystem, as well as new enterprises related to the space industry field, is one of the key issues and a point of interest. So in the era of new space, what would the role of the government be? I think that this is also in line with the first question a little bit, but can you elaborate a little bit on this?
So are you asking about the role of the established company, as well as the government, right?
The role of the government in the new space era in order to vitalize the industry ecosystem.
Yes, thanks for the question. But I think that I already answered the question. Yeah,
yes, that's right. In the first question. If you were to maybe add a couple of points, what might they be?
Yeah, so, okay, so I'd like to add one point. So I think the collaboration between the government and the startup will be crucial, right? So in case of Japan, okay, so JAXA, you know, the Japanese Space Agency, is conducting an open innovation program called the JSPAC to accelerate the collaboration with the startup. I think that it's a good example. But in many countries, space startups are struggling in reach out to the right person in the government agency, because most of the government agency doesn't have a specific team to collaborate with a startup. And also they do not have enough budget, right? Enough budget for the collaboration with the startup. So I would say the collaboration between the government and the startups will be important for the new space industry.
Maybe just one side note on that. I think that there was a slight miss in the first question. I think the question also asked about what is the role of the government in order to incorporate or involve bigger companies or conglomerates. So other than startups, what could the government do in order to bring in more conglomerates into the industry?
Yeah. That's a great question. That's a great question. Yeah. I think that one of the key role of the government is to set ambitious goal, right? So because in Japan, so Japanese government published a space industrial vision toward 2030 in 2017. With the aim of the doubling the size of the domestic space market by 2030. So government defines the space technology as an enabler to create many kinds of values, so such as mobility, automation, and machine smartification, and also ubiquitous connectivity. So this message is well received by the non-space industries because, as I said, the non-space industry sees space technology as an enabler to enhance their existing business, right? So yeah, I would say the government should set a goal of the space industry and try to make an effort to involve the non-space industry.
네, 답변이 되셨기를 바라겠습니다. 그 다음 질문 같은 경우
Thank you for that answer. Now, I think the next question has already been answered, like non-space companies in Japan, why they're interested in the space industry. I think that was already answered. So let's move on to the next question. To have who's building the habitat and airport in the moon to allow people to live in the moon?
Is who is actually preparing for the infrastructure such as the habitat as well as the infrastructure for airports so that humans can live on the moon? And how far has this proceeded in terms of the project?
Yeah, that's a great question. So yeah, in my personal opinion, Japanese players are focusing more on application, not the infrastructure, right? So but some startups such as Access Space, I think the CEO of Access Space will give a short presentation tomorrow. They are working on the development of the constellation of 50 microsatellites in the future. And also the other startups is working on the development of the satellite infrastructure in the future. However, the habitat, as for the habitat, at the moment, there is no startup focusing on the space habitat in the future. I think the Hakamura-san will do in the future, right?
Maybe that's a niche market for some startups. 네, 앞으로 혹시라도 니치 마켓이 될 수 있지 않을까 생각을 합니다.
Well, we do have one more question. In the area of space, international collaboration is very important. So how are you doing international partnership? And have you thought about collaborating with Korean companies?
Is related to international cooperation in the field of the space industry. International cooperation is very important. How is Japan seeking international cooperation? And is there any attempt to cooperate with the Korean government or Korean space-related companies? If you know of any cases, please introduce them.
Yeah, that's a great question. As you said, the collaboration will be crucial in the future because, you know, the space industry is evolving, changing, and diversifying is rapidly, right? the number of stakeholders is increasing. I think the collaboration across players and industries and countries and regions is becoming more important. The first, I think it's important to make how to say, so build a common understanding of the current state of affairs, and also build a larger ecosystem, so involving the new players and new countries, right? So yeah, so I agree with international collaboration will be crucial in the future. So if we talk about the collaboration between Korea and Japan, so I do not know about the specific case of the collaboration. However, so I think that we should come up with ideas or setting larger trend in Asia Pacific region, because I believe the Asia Oceania will reach the next growth phase of the space industry. Because so if we look at the startup, so there are more than 200 startups in operation in all Asia, right? So and also yeah, so I believe the Asia Oceania will be can take a key role in the future. So the what's the concrete idea of collaboration? Yeah, please give me advice. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. First step to collaboration between the NewSpace Korea and the Space Thai, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
In the future, right?
네, 좋은 아이디어 있으면 또 개진해 주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
Yes, if anybody has a good idea, it will be good. I think we have time for one more question.
Last question for you.
Okay.
우주 산업은 협력이
Yes, in the space industry, international collaboration important, but there would be also fierce competition. So you probably talked about other countries' space industry in Japan a lot. So could you have more objective view about the status of space industry in Korea?
Here it goes. The space industry, cooperation is very important, but because it is towards the entire globe, it's literally space, I believe that there will be heated competition among the different countries. So I'm sure that you have had various discussions in Japan with different countries around Japan as well as around the world. But if you would like to assess or evaluate the Korean space industry, how would you evaluate it? I told you it would be a difficult question.
So I'm not in the position to answer the question, right?
We are just asking for your honest opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, so hard to answer, right? Yeah, because yeah, I'm not familiar with Korean space industry at the moment, so I'm not the right person to answer the question. But I think the collaboration will be more important than competition, right? Yeah. So over the past decade, more than 30 countries have entering into the space industry, right? So the number of countries establishing a space agency is increasing. So I think there are a variety of stakeholders should act harmoniously, so to achieve the progress in the future, right?
Thank you for that great answer to a very difficult question. 네, 식은땀을 흘리시는 것 같은데. 네.
I hope he's not sweating. Maybe my question was too difficult.
As a great Q&A session. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
네, 좀 즐거우셨나요?
I hope you had fun. Then we will move on to the roundtable session. The topic of the roundtable discussion will be Asia-Pacific New Space Cooperation Model, Possibilities and Challenges. I'd like to invite CEO Park Jae-pil as the facilitator and the moderator of this roundtable. And of course, the audience slide will again be available for you to post your questions and comments. So let me now invite CEO Park Jae-pil of Nara Space Technology, the moderator of this roundtable, as well as Mr. Park Jong-won of Starburst Aerospace, and also from Exospace, Mr. Yuya Nakamura, and through virtual connection, I would like to also invite Mr. Takeshi Hakamada of iSpace Inc. to join us. Please welcome them with warm round of applause.
네, 세 분께 마이크가 전달.
So I think everyone has a microphone, so maybe you can take a seat and get started.
네, 또 제가 이제
Well, from presenter, I'm switching head to moderator. Actually, with my team members, we are operating Space Channel. It's a Space Gem, a satellite channel. And I will try to leverage the moderation skills that I learned from there for this roundtable session. Now, thank you for joining us. First, to Exospace, Mr. Yu Nakamura. I think your presentation is tomorrow, so I think before starting, could you introduce your company first?
Thank you very much for inviting me here. I'm very happy to be physically here. Although I experienced a very a tough procedure to enter this enter Korea, but it was a good experience for me. So let me briefly introduce Exospace, my company. The company was founded in 2008, and we have been developing microsatellites. We have developed 5 microsatellites, and 4 out of 5 are dedicated satellites for specific clients, including 1 for JAXA, Japanese Space Agency, and also 2 are for Japanese private company called Weather News. And the Weather News is using our satellites for monitoring the icebergs in the Arctic Ocean to provide a navigation service to shipping companies sailing in that area. And for JAXA, we developed a technology demonstration satellite. So this was the first time for JAXA to work with startup company to develop the satellite. And in 2015, we started our own project called ExoGlobe, launching more than 10 satellites into the orbit to monitor the whole world on a daily basis in the future. And we launched the first satellite back in 2018, and we started the service with 1 satellite last year. And we've just announced the next launch just yesterday, and we are adding 4 more satellites next March. And with 5 satellite constellation, we can monitor anywhere in the world every 2 or 3 days. So we're excited about the upcoming launch. And so we want to complete the constellation by 2022. Thank you very much.
네, 박수 한번 주시겠습니까?
Yes, could you maybe applause him as a way of welcome? I think that was a preview that makes us excited for his tomorrow's presentation. Now, Mr. Park, about Starburst, could you also introduce about your company and yourself?
Pleasure to speak Korean or English, but I think I'm going to start with English like you. Just like you, I made it through here. I'm so happy to be physically here as well. So I think out of all the international speakers that we invited, you and I, only the 2 of us made it here in person. So Let's congratulate each other. Now, Starburst is a co-organizer of this event, and we are very happy to support this great, the first ever international new space event in Korea. And it is personally very gratifying to me as well, because I made contact with the space startup community of Korea last year when I attended Korea Space Forum for the first time. And at the time, you actually was your moderator for the panel discussing the space ecosystem or startup ecosystem and the possibility of a space industry in Korea. Today, we are discussing space ecosystem in Asia. So I think that's a great progress that we made in over just 1 year of time. Starburst Aerospace is just accelerator, global accelerator. We have originally started from Paris and have an office in LA, San Francisco, Tel Aviv, now Munich, London. In Asia, we have an office in Singapore, Seoul, and the Seoul office was established this year in the middle of the coronavirus. It was not easy, I tell you. But we are now establishing for the second half of the year, 2020, another office in India. So we are very happy that we are growing in Asia, and this topic of this panel today is very appropriate topic. Thank you.
네, 소개 감사드립니다. 정말 이제 또
Thank you very much for your introduction. I'm sure that it will be an interesting and lively discussion. Next, I would like to invite Takashi Hakamura. You provided a detailed introduction of your company, and so you saw the NewSpace Uplift program thus far. So what are your thoughts about our program today?
Well, so thank you for this session, inviting this session again. Well, so far, well, I feel like the very enthusiasm from Korea, even through the doom. Well, last time I went to Korea to make my presentation, but since then I expect there's a lot of development in Korea as well. And then this is I think similar to the very early days in Japan. I started iSpace 10 years ago. And then 3 years later, the startup scene in Japan for the space industry, it had started like 2015 or so. And then I feel similar enthusiasm from Korea right now.
네, 먼 곳
So you are participating via online from far away. Thank you for participating. So we are trying to talk about Asia cooperation in space industry. And it was the COVID-19 is a major issue worldwide. And as CEOs running your businesses, so what is the impact of COVID-19 to your business and also to the overall society?
Okay, so that's a difficult question, right? Of course, there was a huge impact of COVID-19 in the space industry, a whole industry, right? However, we were so lucky because it was in April or May. We started to, we had to stay home, and we were in the final assembly phase of the 4 satellites. And so engineers gathered at the office and started to develop some system where we can remotely debug the system. So in 2 weeks, it completed. And that's how we started to develop and debug the whole system almost remotely. And we thought we would we wanted to develop such a system in a year or two. So it was just a coincidence, but we did it in just 2 weeks. And it was, kind of an opportunity. It was, there was difficulties, but at the same time, it was a chance for us as well. So in terms of the satellite development, we, how can I say, it made a sophisticated system that can be developed remotely. And so I think it became a very efficient way of development of hardware. And that is the development side. And from the marketing side, it was difficult because we are providing satellite imagery, right? The remote sensing industry is a bit of kind of a traditional, conventional industry. So, some people, like the wet net connection, right? So we need to physically go there to have a meeting. However, it's now impossible, right? So they started to use the web meeting. So at first we thought it would become difficult, but it was opposite. It's much easier to arrange a meeting with them because they had to use that tool, right? So of course, so in a nutshell, there are two aspects of the COVID-19 impact. There is a bad side, but at the same time, we found a very good impact as well. So that's my opinion.
네. 위기를
So it seems that you were using this crisis as a positive opportunity. And next, Hakamada, do you feel that COVID-19 had an impact, and how are you overcoming the difficulties of COVID-19?
Well, regarding the COVID-19, of course, as well Nakamura-san said, there's a big impact in the society and the worldwide. For our case, we don't have a significant impact so far, luckily as well. We are currently the end of the design, so we don't have many hardware integration tasks. So we can allow to be work from your home most of the cases. So that is a good, opportunity for us to improve our working process to be ready for the more remote working situation. And then looking at the space industry, I think there's even under Corona situation, there's a very strong moving forward. For example, the SpaceX keep launching the rocket, and then Japan also recently launched a rocket, and then Artemis program is going on. So I see a lot of the not positive, but still a strong momentum is going. And then from my perspective, it's important to invest more money and then time to stop the Corona COVID-19 situation worldwide. However, at the same time, we need to still keep investing using time to open the future. And the space industry is one of the big opportunity in the future as an industry as well, and then advancement of the human being. So we should not stop the investment and the activity for the space exploration, the space development.
네.
Thank you very much for that explanation. So we have two Japanese startups and who shared with us ways of how they overcame the difficulties and used it as an opportunity. So next I want to ask Mr. Park. I want to ask you a question about the space ecosystem, about the health of the ecosystem. And I think that the health of the space ecosystem will determine the resilience of that industry. So you are in charge of Asia Pacific. So I want to ask you a question about the difference of other countries compared to Asian countries such as Japan, Korea, and so forth. Are they all similar or are they different?
I'm going to make a little observation about the global space industry ecosystem and how we fared in amongst the COVID-19 in 2020. And then I'll answer your question about the special situations of the Asian ecosystem. So what we realized at the beginning of the year when the COVID-19 first became a big issue is that the global scale of this crisis, the health crisis, really highlighted the importance of humanity working together. We are facing common crises like COVID-19, and that actually made people realize the importance of, for example, what Elon Musk says about multiplanetary existence, the importance of going to space to be able to solve the problems that the humanity face. So in that sense, it has a positive influence. Now, individual startups, individual ecosystem, individual companies have faced difficulties. There was a lot of setbacks. There was difficulties for us, the Starburst, because we actually never held a virtual event before this year. So we have to scramble and to learn how to organize a virtual event. And that all happened during like several weeks of time back in March. But we prevailed, I think. Now we have more events than before coronavirus, because now the virtual event, after you get the hang of it, it's actually easier. And you have more participants from the global scale. Now there is just a challenge. We are doing another Starbucks event this evening beginning at 7 o'clock, and that's like 3 a.m. in the US. So we are not getting any live audience from the US. But we will make the recording available, and we will introduce the Korean startups to our global audience. And it can be done virtually. And for me personally, I traveled at least twice a month, almost every month last year. This year, I traveled much less, and I'm actually enjoying it. So there are some benefit, even from the global pandemic. So having said that, the kind of crisis like COVID-19 will be harder to less established companies, the burgeoning startups, the burgeoning startup ecosystem like Korea, Japan, or Asia in general. So that is hard. At the same time, in the first half of the year, it looks like the investment in space startups is going to dry up. Because as everyone has said earlier, I always say space startup is at least 10 times harder than the regular startup or the software startup, is what I said, at least. Because the return time is much longer. We are facing a huge technical difficulties and the challenges. This is extreme technology for the extreme environment. So having said that, that didn't really happen. I mean, we saw the bankruptcy of the OneWeb, and everybody was worried. But we found the OneWeb found new investors who will take over, the British government in this case. And that was the point. So one of the saving grace of the space industry has been stable funding from the government side. So the importance of collaboration with the government, the importance of the government funding has been really highlighted this year amid the crisis. So those are the several observations I can make.
네, 이번에 그 코로나 시국에서
So amidst the COVID-19, we heard about how it had an impact on the global space industry and in Asia. So next I want to talk about cooperation. Excel Space and others are working on international cooperation, so and iSpace too. So Excel Space, you have international cooperation. Are there certain areas that require more international cooperation? Did you receive help in certain areas?
Well, that's a good question. I think the space development cannot be achieved alone. So we need some international collaboration in various parts. In our case, when we develop our satellites, we are purchasing some components from overseas companies. But I want to focus on the application side, not the development side, because when we talk about the development, we need to care about the export license or many bureaucratic difficulties, right? So, but when we do collaborate in terms of the data or making application together, there is no hurdle to overcome. So, the easiest cooperation with companies or governments from other countries is that we jointly make some applications utilizing satellite imagery or satellite data to satisfy the local needs. So that's why we are talking with many potential clients all over the world to hear their needs and create our application together. It's at this point, it's very important to involve some companies, organizations in that country, because we don't, figure out the real needs because we are remote, right? So we need to talk to the local people very often to correctly understand what is the real needs. So that's our way to do sales activities in other countries. So that's one important point when we do business in other countries. And another point I want to point out to mention is we're making the 100-kilogram class satellite, and for the next generation satellite, we want to have some secondary payload space inside our satellite, so that some our customers who want to bring some components or even like a toys into space, we can make it possible with without making their own satellites, right? Because we have a main mission like a telescope on board the satellite, and at the same time we can provide some resources, space, power, electric power, and the data to be downlinked. So that's going to be another area for collaboration in the future. We want, I have heard many needs about such kind of bringing something to space. So I believe that the kind of business will make it easier for non-space people to be involved in the space activities.
네, 국제 협력과 아니면
So international cooperation as well as what he expects going forward was shared. Now to the head of iSpace, you now have you're like targeting moon, but not only iSpace, there are other companies also that are targeting or after moon. So there's a lot of international cooperation as well as competition. So could you share more about those two aspects?
Well, so regarding activities, there is several companies showing the interest to go to the moon, and then also they are developing the technology to go to the moon. But still, it's about 10 players, and it's not so many compared to the market size. So I think that there will be more new entries will be necessary for sustain the lunar activities in the future. And then I don't think everyone can survive through the competition. But through the competition, some of the company become much stronger and then provide much better service to the customers. And then I want to emphasize not only competition, but also collaboration as well. We are going to create new market on the on the moon. This activity to open the new market cannot be done by a single company. And then we need a wide range of the collaboration, including competitors. And then, even though there's a competition, but also collaboration is important to make sure our market exist and expand, and then our customers can have a benefit through our service, and then establish their business on the lunar surface.
네, 우주
Thank you. Now, in terms of space industry, about cooperation and competition was very eloquently explained. Now to Mr. Park. Compared to other continents, I think Asian countries, in some ways, they're more into competition than cooperation. It might be my personal opinion. So, anyways, to have, more to encourage more cooperation in Asia, what do you think needs to be done?
So collaboration and competition always goes together, and it's always hard to make people work together unless they see the benefit from collaborating. So I think the key is really to provide the incentive for collaboration. So what is the incentive for Asian companies to collaborate each other? Well, actually, don't get me wrong, even though I work for the Asian region, so Star Wars really is a catalyst and the enabler of the innovation, the startup ecosystem. It's the way we think about ourselves. And by which I mean, we try to provide a playground for the startup, and we make connections to each other. Now, this is something I have been in the startup companies before. I worked for the startup companies before. And what I always tell everybody is that the best strategy for the startups to grow is growing together. So, and we see that numerous examples. And this connection and collaboration doesn't have to be confined in geographical region. I believe space startups, especially so, is born global. They have to have a global ambition, find a global supply chain, find globally each other, and make connections globally. And I think that's really the only way. What I do and what I try to do in growing the Asian region is to bring them into the global ecosystem, not necessarily creating a new boundary of Asian startup ecosystem. I think by raising them up and bringing more to the ecosystem, I think that's how you make the ecosystem healthier.
네. 네, 말씀 감사합니다. 어떻게 보면은
Well, thank you very much. Rather than the boundaries of Asia, being Asian players going into the global ecosystem, you said, is more important. I think that was very impressive. Then, let me now ask this to companies. Now, if my company is, had unlimited funding or investment, then any proposal you would like to propose as a way of international partnership or mission. So to the Axel Space CEO, Mr. Nakamura, what do you think?
Your question is if I have
if you have an unlimited budget.
That's,
very happy, very happy.
Wow. That's a dream, right? So, what should we do? Well, actually, we started our Axel Group's project back in 2015, and now it took 5 years now. But if we got more and the bigger funds, I think we could say we were able to say that we developed 50 satellites from the start, right? But it was difficult. When we construct some infrastructure like the satellite constellation, if possible, we should make at once, right? Because gradual construction would make it a little bit difficult. Because when we talk about the constellation, we can provide some value when we complete that, right? So while we have a small number of satellites in orbit, we can provide some limited service. Sometimes it's not enough for clients. So if we had enough money, we could accelerate the speed of constructing the constellation. And also, I would like to invest in next generation technology. So we're now taking the optical images, but I think it's not enough because satellite imagery is very useful, but that's not the kind of an almighty, right? We have various type of data to solve client issues. So we want to make it, how can I say, the useful platform where we can provide any type of space data. And if possible, we want to include the data from drones, for example, or UAVs, so that we can satisfy any client needs. So maybe that's a small dream compared to the going to the moon, but that's my answer.
네, 어떤 제약이 없었을
Yeah, so if there is no restrictions, you talked about your ambitious dream, and through international cooperation, I believe that can really become true. So so if you had enough budget, Mr. Park, anything that you would like to suggest of doing to Mr. Hakamada?
Yeah, thank you, Nakamura-san. Answering the before me, I had time to consider how to answer. Well, so the unlimited funding budget is very attractive for the space business because, well, developing technology, conducting mission require a lot of the money. So the finance basis is very key for the sustainable business for the space industry. So the Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos has a very large amount of money, so they can keep investing. So that is very good things. However, as a startup, if we have unlimited money, we don't know how to spend it in short time or the period. So I think the decent amount of the investment or the available money is important to grow as a startup. However, essentially, startup require tens of $100 million to do something from the beginning. So it's such a kind of the available money is important. And then, if there is a $1 billion or more, $1 billion or more, from my business, we can accelerate water resource exploration and then mining. And then we can realize, water resource utilization, in more near term.
네, 어떤 제약이
So if there's no restrictions, two gentlemen share their vision what to do. So that was interesting. Now, to Mr. Park of Starburst, let me ask you this. In the Korean situation, I think last year you were also here, and kind of the mood might be different from last year to this year. So how did it change in the space industry? How is the kind of the climate or the mood has changed?
It's unlimited budget. I was preparing to answer that question.
그거를 먼저 그럼 들어보도록.
Well, then let's hear that answer first. As a VC, if you had unlimited money, what would you do?
But I have to make that point, but because I would like to have unlimited budget too, you know. But at the same time, I actually would caution you, and we actually have to advise the startups that we work with that when you have too much investment, when you are not ready for it, it actually is not a good idea. The money comes with the strings. Investors have expectations. The investors want you to meet that expectation when they are investing in you. So when you are cash-stripped startup and you have to raise the fund, yes, it would be nice to have more money, but I guess kind of way of saying it is that you get what you deserve, in a way. So if you are not ready, and there is a reason why there is a seed funding, Series A funding, Series B and C funding, because each time it comes with the expectation that with the seed money, the investor will expect you to bring the prototype and develop the prototype. And with the Series A, the investor will want you to have proven that you have a market and being ready to scale up. So if you don't do that, there is severe consequences. So not just getting a lot of money is not always a good idea. That's the point I want to make, actually. And then regarding the last year and this year, well, I have to say I am so happy to witness Korea that there is a back-to-back international space event in 2 weeks. I know there has been a challenges for the organizers. It was not easy. Sometimes it could have been more efficient too. But at the same time, it just shows the level of interest that has advanced in Korea since just last year. 2 years ago, when I first came to Korea and talked about the space startup ecosystem and accelerator, and people's typical response was, okay, can Korea do space? The second question was, can startups do space? That was the questions I always got. And I don't think anybody is asking that question anymore. And I just see you, and I saw last year a buzzing entrepreneur who's trying to become a business. Now I see a established businessman.
Thank you.
With investment under your belt already. And that alone really shows the progress the Korea made, the ecosystem-wise, in 1 year.
네, 말씀 감사합니다. 박수 한번 주시죠. 네.
Thank you. Please give him a big hand. Sorry that I could not give you the unlimited budget from the beginning. Thank you for the answer. And as a VC, you explained to us the situation, and also you, I think, summarized the changes compared to last year and this year. I understand that there are some questions from the participants. If you could put it up on the screen, I will ask our 3 panelists. Oh, there are no questions. Then any questions from the floor? We don't seem to have questions on Slido, so any questions from the floor? So if you had unlimited funds, what would you do? I would like to hear what you would like to do, not as a VC, but you personally. If you had unlimited funds, what would you do, Mr. Park? Yes, that's a very difficult question. What would you be doing?
At all. We would like to have a big fund, large fund, to fund ambitious project. The more fund you have, the more risk you can take. And only the high risk will have a high return. That's like the basic truth in our ecosystem, I think. So, but what I was talking about earlier is that I guess probably the closest example of having an unlimited budget would be SoftBank Vision Fund. And I know cases, a lot of cases actually, of startups getting too much money and not using it wisely and going under, who received the SoftBank investment. So that's what I was kind of referring to. But I'm not going to make the mistake. We'll find promising startups, and that large amount of fund can do a lot of good to really advance the ecosystem wise. And that's the only way to do it.
네, 맨 처음에 저한테 왜 나한테 그 질문을 주지 않았냐라고.
So I understand why you pointed out that I did not ask that question to you. So we had a very lively discussion, and we now only have about 10 minutes left. So the space industry is changing, in particular with the new space paradigm. I'm sure you have different visions as company leaders and as a VC. So what are your visions?
So my vision, well, the company slogan is "Space within your reach." Why I started this company is like this. When I was a university student, I was involved in, coincidentally, I was involved in a project making a student-led nanosatellite, CubeSat project, and was excited, to make our own satellite when I was a university student. And after making 3 satellites, and I wanted to continue to make a satellite as my job. And it was back in 2007, so there was no space companies making, small satellites. So the only way to continue making satellite is to build our own company. So we have 3 founders, including me, and they were all engineers at the university. And we gathered and decided to start our company. And back in 2008, no investors were investing in a space company. So it was a tough days, but luckily we could find the Weather News, private company, who wanted to have their own satellite. So that's how we could start our company. Since then, our approach is to make our space a common place for everyone on this planet. When we talk about our business to the general public, people always say that, oh, that's a dream, right? Something like that. It's a very, very special business. We want to change that situation. So we want to make space normal, right? So I don't like the word space industry, because space is kind of a location, right? When we think about other industry, medical or education, there's no location name, right? So that is the only industry, I think. So, but when we see the development of space industry, each business is categorized in a different industry. In our case, we're providing satellite imagery and the data and value extracted from the data. So our business can be part of the, the agriculture business, or construction business, or anyway, anything. So that's my dream, and that's what I wanted to achieve in, within 10 years.
네,
Thank you, Mr. Nakamura, for sharing your vision with us. Please give him a big hand. And so in the beginning, you were saying that you wanted to create a small satellite, and there wasn't a company that was doing that. That's why you decided to create a company for yourself, and that the space industry can be more approachable. So now we would like to hear from iSpace, your vision or dreams for the future.
Well, I've already talked about company vision in my previous presentation, so I don't want to repeat it. So let me share my more personal story. At the beginning, I studied also aerospace engineering in my college, but I had some thought that why the space industry does not so much advanced. And then because I was inspired by Star Wars movie, and then I wanted to develop the very cool starship in the future. However, I cannot foresee such a future in my life. And then when I was in United States studying aerospace engineering, I come across the one event that the first private human spaceflight, Ansari X-5, and then the one with the test flight. One of the person working for that project came to the university and then made a lecture. And then I realized that, oh, wow, there is a commercial industry will be fostered in the future in space industry. And then looking around me, there's many of the engineers who want to build spacecraft, satellite rocket, whatever. However, in order to be commercialized, we require funding, money, and then also the management, corporate management. And then I think the key is how to connect money and then company management and then technology. And then that's why I started iSpace. Even though I have a engineering background in the student, however, I focus on the how to create a business in the space industry, and then I think in this global market, obviously there's financial and economical incentive. And then I want to create such a financial investment even in the space. And then once we can establish such an economical feasibility or the ecosystem in space, many more people want to go to space to earn more money and then establish business and then establish life in space. And I'm envisioning such a world within my lifetime.
네, 하카마 대표님께 또 큰 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다. 워낙 유명한 회사라서 회사 비전은 많이.
Please give him a big hand. So his company is so famous, and so we knew about iSpace's vision, but now we were able to hear about his personal vision and his dreams. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Park.
Sorry that I have to go back to the unlimited budget again. Well, another way of looking at it is to look at maybe the wealthiest person on Earth would be Jeff Bezos right now. And what he's showing and why this commercialization of space industry is exciting to me, and why this startup ecosystem, building a global space startup ecosystem, is so critical. And the reason why is that Jeff Bezos and Amazon as a company, as you know, he's very cheap. He is target cost-cutting person. He wants to really make the most cost-efficient production system, the logistics system possible. What he's doing now, he's spending $1 billion out of his own pocket to support Blue Origin every year. So that's the, even 10 years ago, 20 years ago, unimaginable way of redistributing resources and making an important investment for the future. Even the government couldn't do it in some ways. Government didn't do it very well for 30, 40 years since the Apollo by NASA. They just went to the low Earth orbit, and that was it. And that whole thing was reignited by the private investment, by the ecosystem, by the one way of looking at it is what I propose is that looking at it as another way of redistributing resources for the future, for the long-term, making long-term investment for the future. If the government under the democracy, when the people's will or people don't see the need, we need an alternative. And the commercial space industry gives us that. And that's really exciting for me. And that's why it's exciting for me to be working and supporting the space entrepreneurs and building the global space ecosystem. Thank you.
네, 정원 대표님 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give Mr. Park a big hand. So we have used up all of our time. It is now 6 o'clock. What I felt during the panel discussion was that we heard from CEOs of businesses and from VCs and also from Korea. And I think that we have a common understanding, a consensus. And if there is this consensus and common understanding, it is possible for us to cooperate with one another, VCs, startups from Korea, Japan, and Asia. So please give the 3 panelists a big hand for their participation.
고생해주신 4분 다시 한번 감사합니다.
Thank you for your hard work. Thank you very much.
알겠습니다. 시간 가는
So, time really flies because of the heated discussion and interesting comments. I hope that you also enjoyed that roundtable discussion. I hope you did. A lot of experts' insights and opinions were shared today. And I wasn't expert in this area, but when we say space industry, I think it sounds very hopeful, filled with good potential. So I really enjoyed today's conference, and with this, from my side, it's end of today's proceedings, but from 7 p.m. we'll have the selection committee led by Starburst, and I will see you again tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you and good evening.
네, 장내에 계신 분들
So, ladies and gentlemen, some housekeeping announcements. We have prepared light dinner
So I am speaking to the live audience, the global live audience here now. So thank you for everyone that registered for today for Starburst Startup Showcase. We are absolutely thrilled with the outpouring of support from our community since we've gone global in the year 2020 in the world of the pandemic. We have a very special event in store for you. You are going to hear live pitches from the 4 of the hottest startups from Korea and Singapore. This is a special event for us, Starburst Korea, because Starburst opened the Seoul office earlier this year, and this is our first global event. So we are the co-organizers of the NewSpace Korea event, Uplift, and we thank our co-host, Donga Science, for providing the venue. So we are on site at the stage in Itaewon, Blue Square, but at the same time, we are connected through the YouTube with our global audience. As you know, Starburst is a global aerospace accelerator with offices in Paris, LA, San Francisco, Tel Aviv, now Munich, and 3 offices in Asia now. We have offices in Singapore, Seoul, and Mumbai. So we are really growing in Asia. So today's startups will represent the growing space startup ecosystem in Korea and Asia. We will have a 10-minute pitch session for each startups and 5 minutes of P&A. For the global audience who are connecting through the YouTube video, you can post your questions on the YouTube, and we'll collect and try to answer them. Before we get started, I'd love to welcome and introduce Francois Chauffard, founder and CEO of Starburst, who will talk about some of the emerging technologies and the trends we see in the market today. Francois, the floor is yours. I invite you to unmute yourself, share your video, and take it away.
Yes, thank you, JP. I don't know if you can hear me. I wish I was with you. I was supposed to be with you in Korea these 2-3 days. Unfortunately, given the difficulty to travel, I had to stay in Paris, but I'm with you. My heart and my soul are with you, and I'm so excited to see that Korean ecosystem living up, as well as everything that is happening in Asia. I like to remember when I started Starburst in Paris 8 years ago, and telling friends and corporates that I would start a program to work and support aviation, space, and defense startups around the globe. Everybody looked at me, thinking I was crazy, and it would not be a business. No startup will be successful, and it will go nowhere. I'm super excited to see that now. Space in particular, but we could talk about aviation, a little bit about defense, is so upcoming. And when we listen to all this speech about the future of technology, of manufacturing in space, there's so many things that are going to happen in the 5 to 20 years in front of us, and it's super exciting. So I'm glad to be part of that new waves of startups. Every year we identify at Starburst with our scouting team more than 2,000 new startups around the globe. It's not just a couple of hundred, it's 2,000 startups. And that number every year is growing, which means that it's not just a thing, it's not just a trend, but it's a continuous movement from entrepreneur who wants to make a difference, who wants to make an impact in the way we live today, whether by the way we move from one point to another, or the way we're going to expand our living from Earth to space to protect our planet. And it's so refreshing and so exciting. Out of these 2,000 startups, we invite about 200 of them, like the 4 startups that are going to pitch a little bit later, just after my talk. And out of these 200, we invest in about 20 startups every year. And that's our model. We support these, what we think are amazing startups that are going to make a difference. These amazing entrepreneurs with crazy ideas and crazy business model. And at the same time, we support governments, we support corporates, understanding what's going on, what are these guys trying to achieve, and trying to, make the best out of the two worlds. And I'm glad with the support of JP and a lot of Korean partners, we're able to, open an office this year in Korea during the pandemic. That's, says a lot about the country, about the potential, about the energy that's there. We are really excited to be part of that, ecosystem, to help it grow, leverage its strength on the different, type of technologies, semiconductors, AI, and new media that have been the strength of Korea. Of course, there's a strong aerospace and defense industry in Korea, and we want to partner with you guys. Again, what we think is, even if we, if I started the business about 8 years ago, I still think it's just the beginning of a new era, the beginning of a new way to, move using these flying cars that are going to come very soon, using drones to remove cars as much as we can from the roads, traveling from one place to another much faster, and using much more sustainable energy. We've invested in electric planes. We've invested in hydrogen, engine for planes. And then, why not using rockets to go from one place to another? And then moving everything we can from Earth to space to preserve our planet. So again, thank you for your time. Thank you for everything. And I'm excited to, join you to listen to these 4 startups that are going to pitch us their ideas, their business plans, and their model. Thank you again. Thank you, Donga Science, for that amazing support. Thank you, JP, for being on stage, and hope to see you soon once the pandemic is over. Have a great day.
Thank you, Francois. So he really wanted to be here. It was unfortunate, but I think, I'm sure there will be a future opportunity for you to come visit Korea. Okay,
for sure.
All right, so without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Marshall Wynn from NewSpace. Marshall is here on stage with us today. NewSpace is a rocket company. It's one of the 2 rocket companies out of Korea. And Tom Mueller knows about you guys now, okay? And it is a truly innovative design with a great potential to develop launch capability in Korea. And I am so happy that finally there is no more restrictions on developing solid fuel rocket in Korea. Without further ado, I'm happy to introduce a Korean rocket startup to Starburst Global Network. Marshall, come on up. The stage is yours.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marshall Wynn, and I'm the CMO at NewSpace. I'm very excited to be here. In fact, this is my first pitch. So far, our CEO has been pitching with the Korean investors. So this is the first time that I've been pitching for you. Getting right into it, NewSpace is a company that is going to change the future of space mobility with our hybrid small satellite launch vehicles. Getting right into it, today we live in a new space economy that is changing human life in ways unimaginable. But one of the biggest drivers of this new space economy is the small satellites. When I say small satellites, any satellite that is under 500 kilograms is considered a small satellite. from phone sats that will fit right into your hand to satellites that as big as a small refrigerator can be considered as a small satellite. Looking at the trends in the last 3 years, more than 70% of the launches have been small satellites. Last year alone, 80% of the launches that were done were small satellites, about 389 of them. Well, looking at the last decade, we see that there's been a significant growth in the launch of small satellites. About 1,470 satellites have been launched. But today, small satellite clusters replacing large satellites, the future looks even more brighter. We know that there are about 8,500 satellites projected to be launched in the next decade. But until now, most of these launches have been done by heavy lift, large satellite launch vehicles. And these large satellite, these launch vehicles, their prolonged lead time is the secondary reason for small satellite launch delays. Not only that, the primary reason why there are satellite launch delays is because of the massive overhead spaces that needs to be filled, right? And not only that, with large satellite launch vehicles, large satellite launch vehicles have a low orbital accessibility. Well, in today's launch market that is saturated with liquid rockets, we have many players who are launching with liquid rockets, and the lowest launch price today is $33,000 US. But we, NewSpace, we are going to enter the launch market with a hybrid rocket, and we will be able to provide launch services for as low as $30,000 US. And this is made possible because of hybrid rockets. We're leveraging the greatest benefits of hybrid rockets, that is simplicity, safety, low cost, and throttleability. As you know, as you would know, hybrid rockets have a solid fuel, and like liquid rockets, the hybrid rockets also have a liquid oxidizer, which together forms the hybrid rocket. Hybrid rockets, because the oxidizer and the fuel is separate, they're one of the safest rockets. And because of its safety, we will be saving a lot in terms of handling costs and safety measures. Not only that, because of its simplicity, these rockets take much lesser time to manufacture. Not only that, because of its simplicity, it takes much lesser time for us to scale up and develop better and more efficient rockets. Now, here in this slide, you can see there are three hybrid-powered rockets that we are developing right now. On the very left, you have the nanosatellite launch vehicle. It will be able to carry a payload of 50 kilograms and at a launch cost of just $2 million US. And after that, we have our microsatellite launch vehicle. This is going to be a cluster of 4 rocket engines. Clustering, as we cluster, we're going to be scaling up. And the microsatellite launch vehicle will be able to carry a payload of up to 150 kilograms for the launch cost of about $5 million US. In the same way, scaling up further, we're going to be developing a mini satellite launch vehicle, which will be able to take a payload of 500 kilograms at just $20 million US. This is one of the point of difference for us. We will be able to actually cover a wide range of payload, and not only that, at a very low cost, the lowest in the market right now. and also that we will be able to rapidly, we have much shorter turnaround times. That's one of the advantages that we have. Now, we have a very highly competent team. Our R&D team, we have 6 PhDs and 11 MEs, headed by our CEO himself. Our CEO did his PhD in Korea Aerospace University. He also did his postdoc in Technion, Israel Institute of Tech. As a rocket propulsion expert, he's worked for Hanwha Defense, and he has over 15 years of experience in this field. Not only that, our team members, to name a few, we have Dr. Lee. He is heading the second stage development. And we have Dr. Jung. He is in charge of system integration, the rocket integration. We have Dr. Moon. He is in charge of all the cryogenic systems. We have Rajesh Mandal. He is in charge of developing our oxidizer supply system. We have Mr. O. He is he has over 35 years of experience in test and evaluation, and myself with experience in marketing. Us, over 20 years, we have accumulated technology, and now we are one of the leading people in hybrid technology. We are ranked second in the world, and we're ranked #1 in Korea. Developing all kinds of different related technologies. Right now, we've been able to develop a 20-kilometer, we've already developed a 20-kilometer sounding rocket. We've developed a 30 kilonewton hybrid rocket engine. Right now, we're developing a 50 kilonewton rocket engine. And not only that, all our we have completed constructing our state-of-the-art hot fire test facility, which is functional right now, and we are able to do tests up to 200 kilonewtons. I have a short video to show you. This is one of the tests that we conducted recently. So we're well on our way in our development, and next year we plan to conduct our first test launch, and we are planning to have our test launch at Alcântara Space Center in Brazil. We're also pursuing trying to set up a local launch site here in Kohung in Jeollanam-do. So we will have 2 launch sites. So next year, we're going to have our test flight for our first stage, and then the following year, 2022, we will be testing our Icarus N rocket. Here is our business model. We have 2 different parts in our business model. On the left side, you have product manufacturing and sales. We are already manufacturing rocket engines, hybrid rocket engines, and supplying it to some of our clients. We're also manufacturing and producing sounding rockets. Recently, we supplied rockets to the National Meteorological Institute of Science. And then we are developing our small satellite launch vehicles, and soon we will start providing service. We're also going to be manufacturing rocket and missile sub-assemblies, and on the other hand, we will also be providing testing and evaluation services from our hot fire test facility. This is our multi-phase development and commercialization strategy. Right now, we are already in the position to provide hybrid rocket engines, sounding rockets. Next year, we're going to be launching our we're going to do test launch. We're going to start commercial launches from 2022, and then micro sat launch vehicles, we'll start launching them from 2024. And in 2026, we will start launching the mini satellite launch vehicles. So this is our strategy. We're in 2022, we're expecting to see a revenue of $4 million US. And in about 2026, we're hoping to see $200 million US in revenue. That's it from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we are taking some questions from the global audience as well as the on-site audience. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. I'll ask the first question. Now I have to tell you that I really like your revenue model, that the fact that you are as an early stage rocket company, you are already generating the revenue from the test and service business.
Yes.
So that's very innovative. Could you elaborate on how you want to expand the revenue from those services while developing your rocket and your investment strategy? Yeah.
Like I'm not able to access my slide, but then as you can remember, we're already able to supply rockets, hybrid rocket engines. So there are a couple of projects that we're handling, but with the sounding rockets, right now we are capable of providing rockets that will go up to 10 kilometers. So any clients that we have, we can provide for the sounding rockets. And our state-of-the-art hot fire test facility it's as far as I know, this is the only hot fire test facility that is available commercially for anyone to come and test their rocket engines. So anyone who's interested, we will provide service for them, and we're ready for business.
Okay, thank you very much. We took a little time, longer time to pitch, so we'll have to, conclude this portion. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. So the second startup who will be pitching will be also pitching on site here on stage. I'd like to introduce our next presenter, Park Joo-hoon, the CEO of Davio. Davio is using AI for geospatial data analysis and indoor mapping. They have a really, really cool solution. So without further ado, Joo-hoon, please come on stage and take us away.
Oh, hello. I'm Joo-hoon Park, and CEO and founder of Davio Corporation. As you can see, our business title, Maps with Artificial Intelligence. Yeah, we are making a map with using AI technology. Think about it. To make a map, how many building-related data we needed? Just South Korea, we need at least 70.5 million geospatial data needed. Just building-related. If you need building and the road, we need at least over 28 million related data. However, it's not the complete map. To make complete map, we need hundreds of millions related data. Who make it? I don't know if you believe it. Many people, they are making a map by human manual working. Human workings. Many companies, many maps companies and car makers of state agencies, they pay a lot of money to get a map and to make a map because these high labor production process. We need lots of manpower, we need long production lead time, even it's not stable. It's really, really costly process. Let me think. How many people we should put it in this stage just make building polygons? Just South Korea. South Korea, we have 7 million buildings, and we need at least 70.5 million building related data. I cannot count it. To solve, and one thing more, if you spend this for a worldwide scale, and it needs various types of geospatial data, we need huge array of resources. To solve this problem, we develop and we use deep learning. Yes, AI technologies now. Just I would like to emphasize one thing. We are not taking human job positions. It helps just working performance and production efficiency by process automations. Last 4.5 years, we have been developing AI technology. It's very domain adapted deep learning technologies. We call it WNet. It has more than 10 networks from pre-processing, segmentation, post-processing with global partners and our AI researchers. This is really utilized for various resolution of imagery data. It's from the satellite imagery. We have great partners, and we are using aerial photos, even though we are using drone images to make very stable performance. Now we are targeting the 3 core technologies. Object detection is very essential and basic thing, and we utilize it for change detection. It's quite amazing. I will show you our demos. And finally, we are making the geospace data with using the AI. It's actually WNet. I will show you the demo clips for your better understanding. How many buildings are here? Can you draw it? Our WNet, just draw it. Just 2 hours for 100,000 square meters. Just draw it. The result is this. Just not only just detection of building, we just draw the shape of building and make a vectorized data. Even the very high density area is like Seoul. Now we are moved to the California, San Jose, where using the 50 centimeter satellite imagery data. See it. One thing you have to know that even though we changed the country, the Seoul to the San Jose, our WNet showed you very stable performance. Another one, this is very, I say it's a funny technology is that it can be very applied in various industries, change detections. Can you check? So we are using the 2 time series images. The left is the 2018, right side the 2019. Can you check which areas changes, which building changes? Our WNet clearly detect even the single house changes. Who make the rooftop? Who make renovation? See that the red box, even the single house, we detect. Even the construction area is really easy to check. I'm pretty sure this technology can be applied various industries, so like basically like a geospatial information industry and disaster damage evaluation, military defense for micro surveillance. I believe it can be applied to the overall industry with the WNet change detection technologies. The last one, I'm very proudly introduced and announce that we have great and world-class road detection technologies. To make the maps, we need the building, we need the road. Not only road image segmentations, we extract the node and link data. Those data is very essential for your navigation system, for your cars, for your mobile phones. Until now, the human, they made it, but from now on, AI make it. Even the very clearly extract the whole data, where it is, no scale, unlimited scale. Now we are expanding our business day by day with our global partners, the Korean government agencies, and I hope after this presentation, I would like to have a new customers, new partners. This is my end of presentation. Thank you for listening. I'm Jung Park from WO. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience here? Please raise your hand. Any questions from our global network? Let me just quickly check if there is any. While you are waiting, I thank you for coming all the way and pitch on stage. And I think there is a great potential. So can you elaborate on your collaboration with the Airbus and Maxar? Because our audience is in aerospace industry. And so whatever you are doing with them would be very interesting to our audience.
Actually, that I'm not able to say that everything.
Oh, okay, of course.
But we have a very close partners that we are testing with the whole data of their imagery system, data from their imagery systems. We have very good result with whole area with that satellite imagery data. So, customer, if you need something for the geospatial data based on any satellite imagery, so we can support it. Yeah.
Okay, great. Usually, they are doing something really, really cool and important if they are not able to talk in public. Okay, thank you so much. Round of applause for Mr. Joo-hoon Park. I'd like to introduce our next presenter, Scott Bang from Greenergy. Scott will be connecting remotely, and Greenergy is developing a very innovative battery technology solution, lithium titanite technology that can charge faster and safer. But I'll let him talk to you all about it. So we need more battery innovation to further advance the electrification of everything to save our planet. Scott, the floor is yours. Please unmute yourself, share your screen, and start your video. Take it away.
Hello, how are you doing? Can you guys hear me all right? Hello? Okay, thank you. My name is Scott Bang. I'm a member of board of director at Greenergy. Greenergy is a word that was combined from green innovation in energy. And I will start my presentation with quickly summarizing or giving you an overview of Greenergy. And I am also going to give you a little bit of background or introduction to a battery industry globally. And then we'll introduce the technology that Greenergy is developing today. Greenergy is a technology startup that develops, as mentioned, using lithium titanate chemistry to develop a safe and performs very well in low temperature and achieves about 10 times faster charging. We also, in terms of long-term technology, we're developing a solid-state lithium metal technology as well. The Greenergy was founded in 2017 by 3 engineers from Apple, Hyundai, Samsung, and LG. Most of us worked at our Apple Titan project for electric vehicle, and that's where we combined our ideas and came up with a Greenergy. Currently, we're funded by 2 venture companies and 1 strategic partner investment. And we also have a investment from Korean Venture Investment Corp. And other investments are coming from individual angel investors. As mentioned, we're developing lithium titanate based lithium ion battery cells. which charges at minus 30 degrees C, achieves about 10 times faster charge than current lithium-ion batteries, and also achieves extreme safety that will not catch fire until above 400 degrees C. Using LTO battery cell, we're also working on automotive start and ignition battery pack that will reduce weight compared to the lead acid battery that is in production today significantly. And as I mentioned earlier, we're also working on a lithium metal battery cell will achieve about 400 watt hour per kilogram. In terms of technology or IP that we own, there are 3 Korean patents has been awarded in the last 3 years, and there are 7 additional Korean patents filed along with the international PCT. Going into the battery overviews, the battery is everywhere. If you look at your life 10 years ago, we had maybe 1 or 2 batteries that we carry around in our daily lives. But now you have multiple devices that you carry that carries a lithium-ion battery. And the lithium-ion battery powers mostly electric vehicles, laptops, cell phones, and drones these days. However, the other industries, energy storage unit, internal combustion engines, trains, military applications, and aviation, they're mainly powered by either lithium lead acid battery, which was developed 200 years ago, or lithium cadmium battery or metal hydride. So I'm mentioning this because if you look at the lithium-ion battery, a lot of focus is on lithium-ion battery, but lithium-ion battery has inherited problems with a low temperature charging that cannot replace nickel cadmium battery or lead acid battery. Also, in terms of market size, currently the lithium-ion battery size is about $54 billion annually, and other batteries, lead acid battery and nickel cadmium batteries, they're at about $44 billion a year globally. And these are expected to go up to $64 billion for a lithium-ion battery. But also, lead acid battery and nickel cadmium battery, the market size is going to increase to about $53 billion a year by 2025. I mentioned there are some problems with the batteries that exist today. The lead acid battery, which consists of very highly polluted material and carcinogen materials. It also has very high self-discharging issue, meaning that if it doesn't get charged regularly, it will lose its charge. Nickel cadmium battery, at the same time, it has a memory effect that loses capacity as idle, and it also has problem with a low temperature holding its charge. Lithium-ion battery also have issues with a safety, and it catches fire quite easily. And also it has problem with both charging and discharging at low temperature. Using lithium titanate technology, Greenergy was able to develop a lithium-ion battery that charges at minus 30 degrees C. It achieves about 10 times faster charging capability, and also safety that is about 3 times higher than current lithium-ion batteries. Last 3 years, Greenergy was able to develop a battery cell that will comply with all the regulations. And then these cell that you see is the cell that has been certified to be able to commercialize per UL, UN, and Korean safety standard. Using this, the Greenergy is working on 3 commercialization projects at battery cell level and cell module and the battery pack. Most of battery cell and cell module will be a B2B business, but the battery pack module going into automotive starter and ignition battery pack, and also the utility power bank will be a B2C business. By approaching B2C business, you are entering into a market that has a very low entry barrier. So we can actually conduct the market test easily, and then with the collected data from B2C business, we can actually enter into business market, which requires much longer development and validation period. In terms of opportunity in aviation, Boeing Dreamliner was attempted to use lithium-ion battery, but in usage, it caught fire multiple times, and it had to be grounded, and Boeing had to develop the countermeasures in order to actually bring this technology back to the market. However, the lithium titanate, because it is able to deliver much higher standard for safety and faster charging capability, lithium titanate technology will be able to replace a lithium-ion battery that is currently used in aviation fairly quickly, and it can be developed in as a drop-in replacement technology. Also mentioned earlier, we're also looking at a solid-state battery as a long-term technology. Combining with the lithium titanate technology, we can also deliver a sub-zero temperature charging, maintain the faster charging capability, and deliver safety at the same time. Also, increasing our energy density to about 400 watt-hour per kilogram, which is consistent with the leading lithium metal technology startups in US and Europe. However, our patented lithium metal surface treatment will allow us to deliver a equal or better energy density, at the same time deliver much better safety. I'm going to play a couple videos here. The one that I play first is the commercially available lithium metal anode. When it fails or when it catches fire, actually, it will combust because, well, one on the right is a currently readily available lithium metal anode, and one on the left is a lithium metal anode that was treated with our surface treatment. And we also have other design capabilities that will increase energy density significantly in both volumetric and the weight-wise. Again, these technology activities resulted in 3 Korean patents awarded in the last 3 years, and there were 7 additional patents filed along with the global PCT. One patent was related to an actual LTO battery technology design and the structure. 7 patents were related to solid electrolyte and lithium metal battery technology, and 1 is a battery pack charging strategy. Another 1 is a battery pack mechanical design. We're developing these technologies in Boston. We have a small lab in Boston that was responsible for concept development and proof of concept. When concept is developed in Boston lab, we're bringing into Korea Chungju manufacturing site to do a full prototype and validation. At the Chungju manufacturing site, we can build about 4,000 cells per year at this point. And we're currently conducting a pre-Series A fundraising in order to increase the capability at Chungju manufacturing lab by about 300%. And we're currently working with Korean Department of Defense in order to replace lead-acid battery with lithium titanate battery. The transportation, starter, and ignition battery industry has about $38 billion a year market size, and they're expected to grow to about $47 billion by 2025. They currently, Green Energy is working with the Korean Department of Defense to work on the proof of concept project, which will result in about $1 million revenue in 2021. And when that project ends, the product lineup is going to expand and expect to have about $10 million revenue in 2023. And when we expand military business to commercial and automotive OEMs, the potential market or potential revenue that we are expecting is about $50 million a year. Another commercialization project that we're working on is a train battery. Every subway or high-speed trains have the backup battery packs, as you see on the right side of the presentation. In terms of market size, the global train battery market has about 143 million annually today, and they're expected to grow to about 255 million annually by 2030. As we expect to finish the project with the Corail, we expect to have about 1.5 million revenue in 2 years. And as the application or implementation expand, the potential revenue that we can create is about $5 million a year. And also when we expect to an export market, the potential revenue is going to increase in 2025 and 2026, about $10 million. However, the larger market is not these two. These two are the markets that our members are familiar with and understand very deeply. However, as mentioned earlier, the lead-acid battery, nickel-cadmium battery, and metal hydride batteries that we are trying to replace has potential of $50 billion a year market annually. So approaching these two automotive starter and ignition battery and train market, we can introduce our technology to market, and we can conduct a market test, and we can go beyond these two industries and tap into a much larger market. Currently, we have currently in 2020, well, 2019 and 2020, with the prototype battery cells that we have produced, we achieved about $400,000 to $500,000 revenue. And as we are going into a lithium titanate battery cell production, we expect to achieve about $3 million in revenue in the next 2 years, with about investment of about $3 million. And this is our projection, our revenue projection that is covering both lithium titanate battery cell as well as solid state battery cell. That is end of my presentation. My understanding was that we were limited to about 10 minutes. So I went fairly quickly, but if there's any questions, I'm ready to answer.
So that was a perfect timing, Scott. Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions from the audience or from the YouTube audience? Yes, there is a question in the back.
Well, thanks for your pitch. I'm the member of one of the members of Starburst, the Mobius Energy. I'm very curious about your battery technology. So sub-zero charging, is that like a self-heated function in the battery cell, or you make environment, well, a good environment to charge up under?
No. That's a great question. The current lithium-ion batteries that uses a graphite as an anode, it requires a heating up of battery in order to charge at sub-zero temperature.
Got it.
However, we're using lithium titanate as an anode instead of graphite. Lithium titanate has a spindle structure, meaning it is a pyramid shape. So the electricity will flow much faster or much easier into anode than the graphite that has a planar chemical structure. So it has much more larger, or it has larger surface area to receive an electric ion. Did that answer your question?
Yes, yes. Thank you. And another question about the business aspect. Are you planning to have like a scaling of your manufacturing or down the road, or you are kind of, like it's just bought up by some other company? Is that your plan?
No. So we're at a stage where we need to commercialize our battery cells within our production capability, which is about 40,000 cells a year. As we enter into a business next 2 years, we expect that business to grow, and then we will have to expand our manufacturing capability in 2023 and 2024. that's the time that we will increase our production capability about tenfold.
Well, sorry about many questions, but one last question is, are you working on other type of batteries, like a round cell or prismatic, or what's your plan for it?
So our patent covers both prismatic, cylindrical, and pouch cell. The current our manufacturing capability, or not necessarily manufacturing capability, but our manufacturing equipment is designed to produce pouch cell. We chose pouch cell not because of technology limitation, but because of its flexibility to manufacture different size battery cells within the same manufacturing line. If we choose a cylindrical cell or the prismatic cell, the hard case will require dedicated production line. So we have designs for cylindrical cell and the prismatic cell, but we chose pouch cell because of its manufacturing flexibility.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Scott. So that was a great technical discussion that we just had between two battery companies within Starburst network, and that was very enjoyable to listen to. Without further ado, thank you, Scott. You can log up now, and without further ado, we're gonna go with the last startup who's gonna be pitching today. The startup is Ascent. It's a Singaporean startup. The next presenter, Lionel, the CEO of the Ascent. And Ascent has developed a platform for urban air mobility, just like Uber, who started the service with the helicopter in New York City. Ascent is already servicing business travelers with the helicopters in Philippines and Thailand. And they are gaining operation experience. And more than that, they are collecting data and learning from it. So I'm sure that Ascent will be a formidable entrance to the urban air mobility industry. So without further ado, Lionel, the floor is yours. Please unmute yourself, share your screen, and start your video. Take us away.
Hello. Do you hear me, first of all? Is that okay? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Great to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation being here. So let's jump into it straight away. Ascent is an advanced air mobility ecosystem enabler. By advanced air mobility, we would like to encompass urban air mobility as well as regional or rural air mobility. That's terms brought by the NASA. We are in this space because we need it. We are living in a world that is with growing urbanizations, where megacities are booming everywhere in the world, in particular in Asia Pacific. In this world, concerns are growing, such as obviously traffic congestions, connectivities between cities, within cities and between cities, cities and islands, etc. But with our new life partner, the COVID-19, mobility needs are also changing. More cars will be on the road soon. People are afraid more and more to move within the typical mobility means, meaning that people are looking more and more for private, crowd-free and controlled environment mobility solution. Now, advanced air mobility, AAM, is becoming possible at scale. We have vehicle capabilities. More than 100 projects are being led right now in terms of eVTOLs, but also systems and other technologies such as UTM capabilities. And regulators are also aligned with these visions. We're seeing huge effort from NASA, FAA, EASA, and others, CAAs around the world, in particular in Asia. That obviously attracts a lot of investment. So we are now past more than $2 billion of investments around the world from aviation historical stakeholders such as Airbus, but also technology companies such as Uber, state interests, obviously in South Korea, also in Japan, in Singapore, for instance, with EDBI, other stakeholders willing to diversify, such as airlines, automotive industries, and obviously startups, with the first unicorn, Lilium, now into play. Why are they looking for that and all chasing? Because we are looking at a $1.5 trillion future industry, with 45% of that just in APAC for passenger transport, medical solutions, cargo, oil and gas, shipping, and so on. Roland Berger consulting company is estimating a presence of 160,000 vehicles flying within 20 years, which is about 1 billion passengers a year, with prices around $50 per pax for about 80 kilometers. That's according to Uber Elevate. Now, to get ready for these EV tolls, we need to start now with the V tolls, meaning the choppers. Why? Because when you know about this industry and the complexity of it, you understand that it's not a 0 to 1 or 0 to some game. It has to be done step by step. And the great thing is, already today, there is a demand. There is a market. Just in Asia, we're looking at an $18.5 billion market with an expressed demand, again, for passenger, medical, and cargo. We're looking on demand private and ride-share flights. We also have the capacity in terms of supply, in terms of helicopters that we can use for that, and helipads within and around cities. Last but not least, regulation as is compatible, and governments, again, are highly motivated. Now, we are here as Ascend to play the role of ecosystem enabler because we know how it works and we are doing it. What does it mean to be an ecosystem enabler? We generate demand from B2B, B2B2C, and B2C. And then we orchestrate, we aggregate the different supply from the different operators, vertiports. We partner with OEMs as well to bring them into play at the right time. And to complement the customer journey, we also bring in different services. All that with the contribution and the participation of the regulators. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to show you a quick 1-minute video of what it means today to have advanced air mobility playing with helicopters. I just need to share my screen on this one. Give me a second. Coming up, here it is. I hope the video will play well. Okay, ready? Here we go. What you see here is Manila. It's a live operation. The passenger just booked his flight and goes to a meeting. From the meeting, he can stay as long as he wants because he knows that his flights is going to come here very soon. And then here's the big difference in the life-changing plan. It's just on board a helicopter today and eVTOL tomorrow. Skip the traffic, land transport risks, makes his day a real useful day, either for business and or family time. Here is joining another Ascend hub in Manila, from the city to the airport, for instance. And from there, we finish the customer journey end to end with our land transportation to the airport for his business jet flight or his airline flight, which is just an example of, here we go again, of advanced air mobility today done with helicopters. Are you seeing, what are you seeing? Are you seeing this or I don't know what you're seeing? What are you seeing? Oh my God, I don't know what you're seeing. So sorry for that. Coming again. Okay, you should be seeing that now. Okay, here we go. Today, we're already providing an integrated advanced air mobility service in Asia, in 2 markets right now, Philippines and Thailand, and soon in a 3rd country. We're working with more than 30 different ecosystem partners from the demand side, the supply side, the tech side, and customers like it and want more. In the Philippines, we're connecting people, also companies' interest within and around the cities and regions, 5 different cities and 3 different regions. In Thailand, we're now connecting the metropolis of Bangkok with its economical heart from the east and the north. And it's just the beginning. And all these endorsed by governments. Our projects, obviously, is to grow We are obviously looking at South Korea soon, if possible. So we're welcoming partnerships and investment in this regard. We'll come back later. We are addressing today passenger transport, cargo, and medical operations, as mentioned. So the way it works is very simple. People just book instantly their flight or their seats. They then launch, they fly, and then we complement the journey with ancillaries at already a very affordable price compared to traditional ways. Our revenues is from multiple sources already today. We sell flights, we sell ancillaries according to this customer journey. We also work with companies through asset credits for payment solutions or for all asset solutions anywhere we fly. We're working on a SaaS system to manage the fleets today of helicopters, tomorrow of eVTOLs and drones, by the way, as well as vertiports. As JP was mentioning at the beginning, we are working with data scientists, and also we have implemented AI and implementing IoT to provide data and insight to the OEMs for them to know what to build. I've been in this business for 18 years, working at Airbus before. I know how important data is to make sure the operation and the machines we built, the systems we built, just make sense or not. Today we're working with helicopters, with our hubs in and around the cities. Tomorrow, preparing for eVTOLs. We already have partnerships in the eVTOLs industry, I would say, with Urban Aeronautics, Mobius Energy, a Starburst company, another one being announced soon as well from Starburst incubated or accelerated company. We're working also very closely with the government of Singapore. The way we see it is very pragmatic. We have been working for 2 years more in the pre-revenue stage by setting up the basics, creating the fleets, preparing the networks, reaching the broader targets. We are about to grow with looking for investment in this regard to secure scalability, optimizing the ops, expanding the platforms that we bring into Ascent's technology, and integrating further the different AI, IoT, UX, AR into our systems, towards leading to democratized AAM, being global, multimodal, with the eVTOLs into play. Today, we're already having quite some tractions. Even if we're in the pre-revenue stage, we are already having revenues. Customers like us, we're attracting quite a number of different partners. Those are just some examples, as well as institutions that we collaborate with, such as the UN, NASA, and so on, and governments, obviously. To make that happen, we have here people of our core team, myself, with my experience in Airbus, Darren, co-founder, looking at the business, and other people looking at the tech, obviously, with IoT expertise and AI expertise as well. So that's just a quick snapshot of what Ascent is. We are very proud of what we have achieved so far in the Philippines and in Thailand. We're growing to a new country. We're looking forward to join the market in South Korea. As we know, there is quite a great attractions for this industry right now and coming up with strong players like Hyundai and SK Telecom. So we're more than interested in growing that together. We already did the first step with Mobius Energy, and we are looking at growing further towards this vision together. JP?
Thank you, Lionel. Any questions from the audience, from the YouTube audience? Okay, thanks, Lionel. There is no questions. You are the last pitch event for today, so it's getting late. But thank you so much for taking your time and giving us the pitch. One thing I'd like to comment on is that earlier today we had a panel meeting which I participated, and we talked about growing innovation ecosystem in Asia in aerospace industry. And I am proud to tell you that another Starburst portfolio company, Mobius Energy, who earlier had some questions earlier, signed the MOU with Ascent in about 2 weeks ago, and Francois, our CEO, made the introduction. So this is how we build the ecosystem. This is how we grow together. And, so thanks, Francois, again, for making the introduction and supporting the Asian aerospace startup ecosystem. So I'd like to close today's pitch event. And first of all, I thank all the audience who stayed until late and who didn't leave and help us to successfully have this event. And second of all, I would like to thank all the staff of the Donga Science, the organizers, and especially our staff, the Starburst LA office staff, Asher, April, and Elizabeth, who stayed until 3 a.m. So now we are going global and virtual. We are now learning that if you're going to have an event that involves Europe, America, and Asia, somebody has to stay late. And thank you for your dedication. This is an important milestone for the Starburst. As I said, this is our first global event and our first chance to expose and introduce innovative Korean startups. And as you have seen today, they have a quite amazing innovative technologies. I'd like to remind you that if you are interested in seeing more innovative aerospace startups in the future, if you can go to the Starburst website, starburst.aero, A-E-R-O, and you can subscribe to our newsletter. Another example of global aerospace ecosystem at work is that on November 17th, we will be having a US-UK International Space Pitch Day event. So this will be organized by Starburst and what we call Allied Defense Accelerator, which Starburst is leading, powered by Starburst. What it means is that US government and the UK government is trying to connect with global startups in space, working to solve space problems, and they don't care whether you are a US company or UK company. They will work with Korean companies. So this is a quite amazing change. If you are familiar with the general practice of the defense industry, this is a very new way of, innovative way of doing business. So there are lots of these global opportunities, and Starburst will do our best to provide these opportunities to Korean startups and Asian startups. Okay, without further ado, I think it's getting late. So thank you everyone again, and thanks for the successful first startup showcase event. Good night, everybody.